So I just want to remind members that the session is CPD accredited. So after the session, those of you in the hall present here, you will try and scan your hand, or you make sure your finger, your index or your forefinger is scanned before you leave. For those of you that are online, please stay online on the hopping, because the length of time spent there, at least you should spend 3/4 of the time there, to 3/4 of the time, and we can track the time spent online. Shall we be upstanding for a short word of prayer? Let's pray. Heavenly Father, once again we are grateful to you for the gift of life and the privilege of gathering again in person to deliberate over issues of our profession and of our society. It's been more than 2 years since we last converged. We thank you for the privilege to once more see one another. We commit the session to your hands. We pray for wisdom and grace to go through it. In Jesus' name we pray with thanksgiving. Amen. Good. So we thank God for this session. We'll quickly ask the president, who is the chairman of the annual general meeting of the Pharmaceutical Society of Ghana, to give us his opening comments. Mr. President.
Tamale Kawula.
Allah.
Good morning to colleagues, pharmacists, our fellows of the profession, fellows of pharmacy profession, and our governing board members, as well as SEC members here in gathered, and all members of the noble profession. I must say that finally we are getting to the end of our annual general meeting, and the business session is usually being tagged or dubbed as the most important sessions of every annual general meeting of the Pharmaceutical Society of Ghana. Indeed, it has always been so, because all major decisions have been taken at the business sessions of our annual general meeting. And therefore, as we are gathered here, we know that we will not leave here without taking 1 or 2 decisions that could impact the profession for the future. I'm therefore delighted to chair this function, and I'm also delighted that we have pharmacists both online and present here physically to be able to assess, to be able to evaluate the governing board report we presented, and also to be able to critique what we have done, and also be able to make suggestions as to ways by which we can improve or move this profession forward. It is therefore my humble appeal that let candor prevail in this AGM. No, especially the young ones, feel free to be able to air your concerns, because we can assure you we will listen to you and we will take everything you say into consideration as much as possible. On the table with me now is what I usually call the cabinet of the Pharmaceutical Society of Ghana. So I'm here with my cabinet, and for the past 1 year, whatever activities we have carried out, we are here to be able to explain ourselves and also be able to dialogue with you on it. So this is an engagement which we believe is going to be a two-way communication. I therefore would want to welcome all of you once again to the business session of the annual general meeting. In view of time, I will say we'll have to go straight ahead on the program as outlined. So thank you once again for coming, and wish you the very best of deliberations for the business session.
Thank you, Mr. President. So quickly, as you know, this is a closed session, but it's important we do what we are about to do. The auditors of our accounts are here. So we'll ask the partner, Mr. Aye, to do us the honor to give an overview of what they've done and if they really and truly audited our accounts. So let's welcome OAK Chartered Accountants, represented by their partner, Mr. Aye. Let's welcome him.
Mr. President, I represent MGI OAK Chartered Accountants, the auditors of the society. I present our opinion on the financial statements of the society for the year ended 31st December 2021. We have audited the accompanying financial statements of the Pharmaceutical Society of Ghana set out on pages 8 to 18. The financial statements comprise the statement of financial position as at 31st December 2021, the income and expenditure account, accumulated fund, and statement of cash flows for the year then ended. Notes to the financial statements including a summary of significant accounting policies and disclosures. In our opinion, the financial statements give a true and fair view of the financial position of the society as at 31st December 2021 and the financial performance and cash flows for the year then ended in accordance with the International Financial Reporting Standards for small and medium-sized entities. Our report on other legal and regulatory requirements. We are required that in carrying out our audit, we consider and report on the following, and we confirm that 1, we have obtained all the information and explanations which to the best of our knowledge and belief were necessary for the purpose of our audit. 2, in our opinion, proper books of accounts have been kept by the society, so far as it appears from our examination of those books, and the society's balance sheet included in the statement of financial position and income and expenditure are in agreement with the books of accounts. Signed, MGI OAK Chartered Accountants. Mr. President, we thank you for the opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Aye. So, having done your duty, you are honorably discharged and safe flight back to Accra. So we will start with the various reports we have. We'll start with an overview of the activities of the governing board. We'll continue with strategic plan, and then we'll have the actual report, financial report by the treasurer, and then we'll take other reports as we continue. My name is Reverend Pharmacist Denisena Awiti, the Executive Secretary. So the presentation outlines on the profile of the PSGH the summary of reports of 2021 AGM, and then some of the activities of the governing board. So for newer members of the society, we were founded on 19 December 1935. So we are in our 87th year and incorporated legally on 2nd September 1936. We became a registered, recognized professional association under the NRCD 143, and we're the third association to do so on 2nd July 1973. It is the only registered, recognized professional body of pharmacists as at today. And the AGM is the highest decision-making body. The overall governance of the society is vested in the 26-member governing board, made up of various chairpersons, or all chairpersons of the various practice and interest groups, as well as the regional branches, and some ex-officio members and elected members of the society, and the executive secretary, who is the chief administrative officer. As at December 31st, 2021, we had 3,770 members in good standing. That included all the regional branches, as well as newly qualified pharmacists, and some members abroad who renewed their membership. So, summary of the 2021 AG conference. It was held as a hybrid conference, both online and in person, where selected delegates from various regions and practice groups were present at the studio where we had the in-person meeting and broadcasted from, at the conference room of the West Africa Center for Cellular Biology of Infectious Pathogens, what we call WACBIP, at the University of Ghana. And the theme was on pharmacy, pharmacists, and the Pharmaceutical Society of Ghana. It was from the 8th to 10th September. So a quick summary of the elections that we had, because it was an election year, and that was the main agenda item. And so this is a summary of the presidential results. Our president, current president, or president, had 45.53% of the votes and was duly elected as president, followed by whoever followed, doesn't matter. We had two other contests in the executive member position, and Dr. Richmond Edusapoku was elected with 65% of the votes. The other two positions of vice president and honorary treasurer were uncontested, but we also took votes to see those who opposed them. And the vice president had 95.65%, and then the treasurer had 94.08%. Mr. President, this is your first AGM, so congratulations to you and the team. The interest and practice group, we CPPA, this is the summary of the results. Dr. Ariland. GOSPA, this is the summary of the results. It's in the governing board reports that we've emailed and sent around. That's for ASPA, for IPA, for AREPI, and for LAPAC. I think for the region, for the practice and interest groups, all went uncontested, with the exception of CPPA that had one extra executive member, so that person was dropped. We had a live address from the FIP President Dominic Jordan, and he applauded the PSGH for our work, both in Ghana and also at the FIP level. And he charged members to take advantage of new opportunities to advance the pharmacy profession. We had 3 symposia based on the theme, which was on pharmacists. We had one on the profession itself, of the profession of pharmacy and the PSGH. The pharmacist one focused on welfare and self-development. The profession came out with the need to make collective progress, look for expanded roles for pharmacists, and also to advance the pharmacy profession. The PSGH was charged, the leadership was charged to harness the rich resource of members for the benefit of the society, to do effective communication, explore the strategic plan for revenue generation, and pulling other cadres of pharmaceutical support staff under the PSG's wings. Our audited accounts that was presented, this is just a summary. You have that in the report. We had presentations from the strategic plan, which was on the 4 pillars of patient-centered care, improving efficiency and effectiveness of pharmacies, improving access to medicines, and strengthening the PSGH. We had the president and his team sworn in, and it was in September, so his first task was the World Pharmacist Day 2021, and that was launched at the conference room of the Ministry of Health, with himself giving the opening address. That was followed with a collaboration with Kolebu Teaching Hospital, the pharmacy department, where we held a health outreach at Kolegono. The regions took it up, and we supported them to engage on various activities to educate the public about the need to always trust the pharmacists and to ask for the pharmacists. The maiden GB meeting was held on Thursday, 8th October 2021. That was after the Constitution mandates that within 4 weeks of the AGM, we should be able to hold regional elections and constitute the governing board. That was done, and members were sworn in on 5th October, and the first GB meeting held on Thursday, 8th. The agenda for that meeting was where members were sworn in, formation of the PSJ committees, alignment of our finances, and then we took inputs into the national budget for 2022 to 2025, and then we scheduled visits to some key stakeholders as well. The committees that were formed comprised both statutory and others that were ad hoc based on anything that had come up, especially the PSGH e-pharmacy committee. The president's next assignment in between visiting stakeholders and engaging them was a World Antimicrobial Awareness Week. For the first time, it was moved out of Accra for the launch, and he traveled to Koforidua to join the team and give the speech on behalf of all pharmacists, because as we know, antibiotic awareness lies squarely in the domain of pharmacists, because we say we are the experts on medicines, not custodians, but we are the experts on medicines. So remember that. We've had a lot of engagement with our mother ministry, which has led to the development of 2 policy documents that are yet to be launched. That is pharmacists on COVID-19 antigen testing, pharmacists on vaccination, that's COVID-19 and other vaccine-preventable diseases, and then also on effective regulation. And we appreciate pharmacist Dr. Mrs. Jansa Lutrot for the role she played in that, as well as pharmacist Dr. Mrs. Jocelyn Aziz. We had other engagement, including that with the Pharmacy Council, especially on regulation, as well as on the e-pharmacy platform. And through the PSJ e-pharmacy committee, the policy guidelines were reviewed and meaningful inputs made that will reflect the new guidelines. The system requirement specification, SRS, on the e-pharmacy was also reviewed, and I must say they did a good work, which resulted in non-monopolization of that platform by just one entity. That was something that we can pride ourselves with. As we know, the society is a welfare-based society. Any association has a welfare of its members at heart. And so one of the the first thing the president did was to charge the welfare committee to come out with recommendations based on reviewing the current guidelines. And I must say that that has been done, and the governing board has approved it. And as we come to the AGM and we leave, the new packages will be approved. So for instance, when a member passed on, we used to contribute 1,000 Ghana, not 1,000 Ghana, sorry, to the surviving spouse and children, but that has been doubled to 2,000. However, the welfare contributions from members remain the same. Just take note of that. It remains the same, but the contributions to members has been doubled. This was accompanied with a 10-year sustainable analysis that the GB asked the committee and the secretariat to do. And after 5 years, we ran out of money. So we'll need strategies to see how that can be sustained. Life insurance policy was also, the committee was also tasked to solicit various proposals from health insurance, life insurance companies, and they did that. And with negotiations, we have had this policy from Glyco Life and the accompanying benefits approved by the governing board. And so we will also go through that. It is supposed to be voluntary, 10 cedis payment for a month, per month, and then 120 per year. And it has critical illnesses as part of it. Because there are others who will be presenting, I will take my seat so that we can continue the strategic plan. Thank you very much for the audience. So I invite the Deputy Executive Secretary, who is also the Strategic Plans Manager, to come and take us through some of the strategic plans that we have implemented.
Good morning, colleague pharmacists, both in person and those online. As has already been announced, my name is Harry Amoninotre, and I'm going to quickly take us through the implementation reports of the strategic plan. The detailed report is found in the governing board report that we shared from pages 36 to up to about 45. So this is going to be very summarized. And for the benefits of my colleagues who might not know what a strategic plan is about, it's a document that contains some aspirations or ambitions of the society, and it was launched at the AGM in Sunyani in 2016. The leadership at the time realized that we have increasing number of pharmacists coming up, so issues about limited job opportunities, issues about regulation, the welfare and remuneration of the pharmacists were likely to be challenges that we deal with. So they decided that they come up with this document so that when we are able to implement the strategic objectives in the document, some of these problems will be solved. The framers of the document also identified 4 key pillars or pivots around which implementation will revolve. And central to the implementation is issues around regulation and enhancing the conditions of service of the pharmacist. Capacity building also features strongly, and then improving local manufacturing, and then finally strengthening the society itself to be able to influence policies. And so I'll go straight to the focal areas of the current leadership, the focus areas. We should put in some adults. So, colleagues, we apologize for the brief interruption. So, the President Sam Donker-led administration had some priority areas that leaders agreed to focus on, and one of them is advocacy for effective regulation. And to start with, leadership set up a regulatory complaints desk through the Regulatory and Employment Committee, and the desk were receiving reports from members. If you observe any regulatory issues around where you work or you report, and then I'm happy to say that so far over 130 of such cases have been reported. Most of them have been resolved. A few of them are still at various stages of resolution. And some of these complaints bordered around issues of siting of new facilities or OTMS close to existing ones. You have other MCs and other support staff advertising products or, class A and B medications in social media space. We have issues of OTC shops moving from one location to the other, and so on and so forth. Beyond the regulatory complaints desk, we also had advocates strongly for regulatory reforms at the council. And through this advocacy effort, and the council has been graceful to bring in some reforms. For example, the issue of OTCMS in areas that are adequately served is not something that is going to happen. And then the reintroduction of 400-meter rule, which has already been mentioned here. And then we have also engaged the council to engage in self-regulation. A team has been set up, a vehicle has been procured, and we have already visited more than 280 facilities in Accra to check for the presence of pharmacists. We go there at least twice in the week, morning and evening, and I think we can do better. We really can do better on that. Whilst we are calling for reforms, it is important that we also keep our house in order. And so at the right time, I think the necessary actions from that will be taken. Then there is also issues around the expanded scope of practice and then our contribution to public health as a profession. The college continues to train pharmacists vaccinated. Some of them are already on the field, actively involved in routine immunization and also on COVID-19 immunization. As a society, we are also pushing. We have already actually developed with the ministry, we have a guideline and then an SOP for vaccination in pharmacies. We are await final launching from the ministry, then we can roll it out. I'm also happy to announce that beyond the vaccination, we are piloting a project that will build the capacity of the pharmacists, particularly the community pharmacists, to do bi-directional testing of COVID-19 and TB. So a screening tool for people presenting with symptoms of cough and upper airway issues are likely to report to the communities. So a very sensitive tool has been developed actually, and it will be used in the communities to screen these people. And where the symptoms are highly suggestive of either of them, mechanisms have been put in place to make sure that facilities that will be accredited for these services will be linked to the district health directorate, and then some of the facilities will actually be used as centers for even taking specimen for further testing. And as was mentioned by Mr. President, we won a grant of $40,000 to pilot this, and it will be rolled out very soon. We are also exploring the option. We are in discussion with the National TB Control Program to use selected pharmacies as DOT centers. On issues of welfare and remuneration, as has already been mentioned by the Executive Secretary in the GB report, the welfare package for members have been enhanced. And then we also have the concessionary agreement with Glyco to provide life insurance cover. And it's important that we really sign on to this because the scope of serious condition that is covered is something that and it's very affordable. I mean, from cancers to Alzheimer's disease to heart attack and so on and so forth. There have also been attempts to promote pharmacists-owned pharmacies. The president and his team have really pushed for changes, reforms, so that the council prioritizes pharmacists in the issuing of licenses. So we have an application help desk. If you are a pharmacist and then you are applying for your own pharmacy license, please send a copy of your application to us. We are going to follow up for you to make sure the process is very seamless and hassle-free. And it's only available for facilities that belong to you, the pharmacist, or at least you should be the majority shareholder. And then beyond just providing this support, plans are far advanced. We are engaging some financial institutions. And I can assure you that after AGM, we will come out strongly on that to make sure that there are very flexible financing mechanisms, very affordable ones for members who want to go into the business of retail pharmacy and even small-scale manufacturing. Also on the issue of remuneration, we know the role of the pharmacist has really evolved, more focus on patient care. And so our remuneration mechanisms should also adapt to support the provision of professional services. It is very unfair that our efforts and our impact is only measured by sales. And so the fee for professional services is something that we are looking to implement after this meeting. And a guideline has been developed. The committee has really done a good job, and the CPPA will take it up to make sure it is implemented after the necessary engagement with various stakeholders. On issue of capacity building, we did 2 episodes of The Time with the Legends, where accomplished senior colleagues shared their success stories. And, psychosocial research has shown that when you hear good stories from accomplished people, it's able to stimulate some points in your brain for you to put in and then do better. And hundreds of people joined the sessions to listen. It also the whole program is also available on YouTube. Other people are watching later, and then we are excited about the impact. We also did some CPDs to to fill some gaps. Hydroxyurea, for example, was added to the National Health Insurance Medicines list. So we thought it wise that then we should update ourselves. We should, take a second look at our knowledge in that. So we did a CPD on that, and we had more than 1,500 pharmacists joining. We have also identified a gap and then an opportunity in small scale for members who want to go into the business of small scale manufacturing. And so a training session, a capacity building project has started. We have started recruiting pharmacists. The idea is to train pharmacists in the business of small scale manufacturing, not just the act, but the business of it. The training will be so comprehensive. It will cover the management, the business, branding, and everything, so that by the time you are out, you are really in a position to start a business in small scale manufacturing. And with the financing mechanism also being arranged, some financial assistance will also be available. I'm also happy to announce that our Ghana Pharmaceutical Journal has now been moved online, and the apothecary, there is a section also known as the apothecary news that will carry news items and other health-related issues that are not necessarily academic in nature. But the journal is being developed into a full scientific and academic peer-reviewed journal. We've had discussions with ASPA. We are putting together a team of academicians, practitioners, and researchers to form a solid editorial and review team so that our journal, and then the idea is that by 2024, we should have international credibility. We should be listed on indexing systems like, Medline, PubMed, Agile, and so on and so forth. There is a section on the journal also known as publications, where documents that we want to share with members are hosted. So as I speak with you, The GB report, it's available on the journal. You can access it. The brochure, AGM brochure, is also there. And the other good news is that, we have some print journals from as early as the 1970s. We have journals that were printed. Unfortunately, there are only maybe 1 or 2 copies at the Secretariat. People do not have access to it. We are converting each one of them into the digital form, and then we are putting them on the journal online. So if you wrote some article to us in the 1970s, you can, after this, you can go to the journal site and then you will find it there. We have about 3 editions there so far as I speak, trying to get the others. And then, in terms of public health education, we've also worked with Dragnet to roll out the Ask Your Pharmacist campaign. And for that one, for the impact that it has made on people, I'm sure we are all aware of how widespread the program is watched and listened to on the various radios. So this is a summary. The detailed report, as I said, is in the GB report, pages 36 to 45. Thank you very much for your attention, colleagues.
As we wait to reconnect, we just want to thank the strategic plans manager for that. It could be a daunting one, an intimidating one. Harry, thank you so much for doing it even despite the lack of projection. The next presentation is on the financials for 2021, and we can't do it without the projection. So as much as possible, so project it. Yes, good. So let's welcome the Honorary Treasurer of the Pharmaceutical Society of Ghana, Pharmacist Silas Kwabna Ajekum.
Just for your information, I saved time on mine so that in case the Honorable Treasurer would want to do more than the 10 minutes allocated to him, knowing that finance issues are quite important, he will be able to do so.
Yes, to add to Mr. President's voice, he said you should do all your presentation, all the slides. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, Press, thank you very much for the time. Yes, it is very important for us to really follow and understand the financials of the society. I mean, this aspect is very critical because people want to understand what actually goes into the money they pay and what you use the money for. And that's all the financial presentation is about. So please, I will entreat you to just relax, follow, and this time we'll come to your level. We are not going to bring any big words here, so we can all understand and follow. My name is Silas Kwabna Ajekum, the Honorary Treasurer of the Society. I would like to take this opportunity to thank everyone who also endorsed me to assume this high office. Very sensitive, and I am sure a lot of integrity background check went in before you endorsed me. So I really want to thank everyone who voted for me. I'm grateful. The President of the Society, other members of Standing Executive Committee, the Governing Board members, fellows, and colleague pharmacists, especially those who are joining us online, I present to you the financial report of 2021, of the Pharmaceutical Society of Ghana. The presentation outline will include presentation of objectives, basic features of the financial report, introduction, dues, income, expenditure, AGM account summary, assets and liabilities, funds, and acknowledgements. At the end of the presentation, I would expect members, especially those who pay dues, to understand the financial position of the society. Once again, I'm going to break it down. The financial position of the society is just to give us an overview of our net worth, usually referred to as a net book value, what value it is. If you put all your assets and your liabilities into a basket, what will be your value as a society? And it has to be good for us to know that indeed our financials are positive. That's about the financial position. Then the financial performance. We run day-to-day transactions. I mean income and expenditure. At the end of the year, we should be able to tell ourselves that we did good with the income that came. We're able to spend prudently to the extent that even though we are not a profit-making venture, there should be some kind of surplus to add to our accumulated funds, so that at any point in time, we have some funds to really finance the society's operation. And that gives you either a profit or loss if we were a profit-making agent. So we will always refer to surplus, not a profit. So that also gives us an idea of financial performance. If it's positive, it means that it's good. If it's negative, we need to raise questions about it. Then finally, it's about cash inflow outlet. The society should be able to always have cash available, one, to pay our debts and also to run all the expenses that we incur. So if at a point in time we cannot have money to run AGM, then it means there's a problem with the society. That is also about the cash inflow outlook. Basic features of the financial report. I'm sure those of you who have been given copies, you have run through and then you have made your own judgment. Here, I just want to tease out what you should be looking at for in that report. The first thing is that it has to be duly audited by an accredited audit firm. And fortunately for us, we had the audit firm here this morning to confirm that indeed our accounts that you are holding this morning has been duly audited. That is very fundamental. Secondly, the major financial statements were internally audited. That is also key. We have internal audit committee of the society who have been mandated to go through all the transactions and operations of the society and audit the account first before it is submitted to the external auditors, so that they will always be in line. What they are saying should always, be in line with that of the external auditor. Then we know we are moving on. So I can confirm here as the honorary treasurer of the society that yes, indeed, all necessary informations and explanation needed by the both internal and external auditor during the auditing had been confirmed by the external auditors that yes, the society made provision, all informations needed for the auditing. Secondly, too, I can also confirm that proper books of accounts has been kept by the society, and that has been confirmed by the external auditors. And lastly, I can also confirm that our balance sheet, the income statement and the cash flow statement, which constitute the three major statements of the financial report that you are holding, were also in agreement with books of accounts. And that is also very, very important. And then lastly, when the auditors get these three major information, then they make an independent opinion. That is what the auditor was reading. Perhaps most of you didn't even understand what he was talking about. The information, the opinion is that the auditors should have their own independent judgment of whatever information we have submitted, meaning that they were not under coerce by the society or the president influencing them to come out with what? Any information that is where to just confirm whatever we have submitted. And that constitutes the independent opinion. It is very, very important that that is also emphasized. And so whatever you have is coming from the auditors with no influence whatsoever from the executive, the standing executive committee. And then lastly, the three major information submitted to the auditors, and for that matter, the final report should have complied with certain basic accounting principles. We have a number of accounting principles that these reports have been subjected to. And then finally, there's also international financial reporting standards. You cannot have such audit report without complying to such protocols. And I can also confirm that going through the report, it has complied with all these standards. Now, we want to look at the sources of the income for the society. The first is membership or retention fees. The second is dues, levies, grants, contribution, donations, and others. The others usually is the sale of the souvenirs. And for PAGH, we are particular about the cloth, PAGH cloth, the BNF, and then also lab coats. We have cufflinks and some few other things, but the major ones are the BNF, the lab coat, and the cloth, which gives us some form of income. So these are the sources of income of the society. Now, this slide is very important for all of us in the sense that a number of conversations has been raised as regards the dues that we pay. And one of the conversations has been as to whether the amount we pay is realistic to be able to augment that of the operations of the society. And people have also made argument that we pay 800 cedis and use them to organize AGM for us. What are the surpluses? This slide is supposed to let us understand that first of all, the dues that we pay has several components. And in fact, each component also has its financial implications. And that is what I've tried to tease out for us. So for the dues of 800, you have components such as retention income, which constitute 110 Ghana cedis. We have new member registration. This is usually for the new qualified graduates. They pay 50 Ghana cedis extra. We have international subscription fees. PAGH subscribe to FIP and the other bodies. So the components is 25 Ghana cedis. We have newly qualified quotes, that is 100 Ghana. So the 100 Ghana extra is quote for them. We have AGM fees. Please, there's a big note here. AGM fees is 160 Ghana cedis, and it is not 800 Ghana. For the benefit of those who have been, having that kind of myth. It is 160 out of the 800 that you pay. And if you look at all the flamboyant activity that had gone on here since we came, we have really enjoyed ourselves. If you really want to match up with the current economic situation and be honest to ourselves, and if you ask me, as a member of the society and my members, we will tell you that you cannot use 160 Ghana to enjoy this kind of AGM we have. It is absolutely not, it can't. So please note that it is 160 out of the 800. We have pharmacy fund income, 5 cedis, welfare fund income, 30 Ghana, advocacy income, 100 Ghana, Ghana College of Pharmacy Endowment Fund, 100 Ghana, strategic plan income, 100 Ghana, regional group income, 30 cedis, practice group income, 20 cedis, and interest group income. The sum of these components give us 800. Let's note that. This is just a graphical representation of what I've done. This slides also follow up with the last but 2 slides. Now, the dues payment has also been categorized into this. And this slide is also confirming to us that not everybody pays the same amount of fees in the society. Please, let's take note of that. Very important, because it has implications on the financials of the society. But many a time people don't look at that. It is very, very important. Not everybody pays the same amount of dues. So you can see that members pay 800, newly qualified paid 950, but even out of that, 150 is for them. We use it to organize 50 for registration and 100 for lab coats. So in effect, they pay 800. Fellows pay 690, not 800. And elderly pays 200. Look at the difference between 200 and 800. It's about 600. It's huge. And so, if you want to always look at, you do that proportion and say 1,000 have paid you, so multiply by 800, you are making a mistake, please. Out of that 1,000, some proportion paid less than even 50%. And that is very important. Secondly, the dues that we pay we have two major components in it. One, we have what we call operational income, and the other component is a fund. Once again, this is not a profit-making organization. If it were, then we'd have said that the fund is also an income for the society. But this is a fund we are managing for specific allocated programs. It is not part of your monies you use for operational income. Let's take note of that. So that whenever you are looking at financial, that's the way you should look at it. So you'll be fair to us in judging us. So out of the 800 that a member pay, it is only 295 Ghana cedi that goes into actual operationalization of the society. The rest 505 is a fund. And if you look at the fund, that is where you have the 100 Ghana component of a strategic, 100 Ghana component of a Ghana College of Pharmacy Endowment Fund, 100 Ghana of this. All those that I mentioned as component goes into the 500. It's not touched. In fact, I would say it is a ring fenced in and out. So once it comes in, it goes into strategic operation. It doesn't come into operation. So let's take a note of that. And I must also emphasize that even out of the 295, there are three components that constitute that amount. The retention fee, which is 110, the international subscription fee, which is 25, and the AGM fee, which is 160. Once again, take note, AGM, more or less, to me, is also a ring-fenced income, because it is purposely for AGM. It doesn't go into the actual operations of the society. So in effect, we are talking about two major components that finance our operation, which is the retention income, 110, and the international subscription income, which is 25. So you are talking about 135 Ghana cedis out of 800 Ghana cedis only being used to finance all the activities that has been articulated for the year in question. And it is woefully inadequate to finance all those activities. That is the gospel truth. So we try to just make comparison of dues collection. So for 2021, members that paid dues constituted 3,536, newly qualified 406, fellows 20, elderly 111, arrears that's 50, abroad 0. As against 2020, 2,869 for members, 183 for newly qualified, 80 for fellows, 94 for elderly, and 30 for arrears. In effect, we are saying that for 2021, we had more people paying dues vis-a-vis that of 2020. Now, the main income and expenditure. In my earlier presentation, when I showcased the objectives of the presentation, I made mention of the fact that one of them is to understand the performance of the financiers. This is where it gives us the understanding. So the performance is coming from your profit and loss accounts, which of course is included in your income and expenditure statement. And so the income and expenditure statement outlook will give us whether we are making a headway or not. And so our income for 2021, international subscription, 90,855 Ghana cedis. That of retention fee, that's the proper dues, that's the retention fee that we use for the operations of the society, is 395,407. AGM conference. Here too, I must emphasize that every AGM that is organized is supposed to give us a surplus, a reasonable surplus to finance some of the operations of the activity. I mean, so these are where we get some support to augment that of the operational expenses. So AGM should be, and for me as a treasurer, it has to be a mandatory to give us some kind of money to support our operation. We cannot raise all the monies and then squander everything and say in the name of AGM. That will not be too good for the society. So these are surpluses it gives us to be able to run the administration. And so for 2021, we had 397,660, and that was a virtual AGM. The story or the narrative is different when we host a physical like this one. And then registration fee, newly qualified, 20,300. Project and program, 62,335 Ghana cedis. Advocacy support is nil, but you can see a figure for 2020. Let me explain. Traditionally and over the years, because of the insufficiency of the operational income, the society used to, take some money from advocacy fund. That was 50% of the advocacy fund, and used to finance the budget of the society. When we took office, the current administration felt that, well, you want to really see the real outlook or the picture of the financials of the society. So this time around, we will not bring any money from advocacy and strategic to really finance the budget. Let's see the real budget. And indeed, when we did that, we had a deficit budget, affirming the fact that your income has always been less than that of your expenditure. So as we speak, the 2022 budget, because of this reorganization of our financials, is in deficit. And in fact, if you trace it backwards, it could have been the same because of the support from the advocacy and the strategic. So for us, we are not using any money from advocacy and strategic to support the operations, and rather it has to be used for other strategic and advocacy expenses. So that's why you see nil for advocacy and that for strategy for 2021. So investment income, we have 205,895, and investment income is the bulk of the income that we get for the bulk funds that we invest. We have a formula to apportion it. So a portion is also, given to the income to support our operational. That's why you see investment income. That the bulk funds that we invest, we apportion it with a formula, and then portion is added to the operational income. Then we have sales of materials giving us 42,297, others 11,000. So in total, our income for 2021 was 1,226,394 Ghana cedis, as against 1,572,122 Ghana cedis for 2020. Now, expenditure. So take note of the income, and now let's look at the expenditure. This is realistically. So expenditure for salaries and related costs, 441,203. General and administrative expenses, 391,678. Meeting expenses, 138,642. Subscription and dues, 11,782. Health and education programs, 122,196. Depreciation is 56,557. In total, expenditure for 2021, in the absence of support from strategic, 50% of strategic and 40% of strategic and 50% of advocacy, we had 1,162,058 Ghana cedis, as against 1,230,486. After all, the accounts people will say we have made some gains in respect of our expenditure, because at least if you compare expenditure 2020 and 2021, some gains were made. Maybe for purposes of prudent financial management or other things that we're able to do. Now, so we look at the income over expenditure surplus. As I said, we talk about surplus, we don't talk about profit. So our surplus for 2021 was 64,336 Ghana cedis, as against 341,630. The difference is coming from the withdrawal of the advocacy and strategic fund. AGM account summary. So 2021 AGM was virtual. That of 2020 was also virtual. Now, the three major income lines for our AGM has been the dues that we pay, and that of donations and sponsorship, exhibition, and advert. So for our income 2021, we had 623,171 coming from dues, 40,000 coming from donation and sponsorship, and 58,000 coming from exhibition and advert. So in total, we have 721,171 Ghana cedis as our income for 2021 virtual AGM. Then you can compare with that of the 2020. For expenditure, the major lines has been publicity and publications, meals and drinks, accommodation, meetings, venues and rentals, and other miscellaneous. So for our expenditure, we sum up to 323,511. So the surplus from 2021 AGM gave us 397,660, and that is really, really good. I'm expecting more from this AGM if only we can regulate the expenses for this year. Current and non-current assets. And so from the surplus, it means the financial performance for 2021 was good. That's how financially we interpret it. It was okay. You can do better. Now we are looking at the first point, which is the financial position, which I said your value as a society. If you put together all your assets and liabilities, what is your value? Or if you want to talk about your net value, that is after paying all your debt, what will be your value? Would you be sustainable to run your programs? That is what the other slides gives us. So we have the current, non-current assets, which is also the same as the fixed assets. And we are talking about property, plant, and equipment. We have other assets, but we just want to list just a few. And then we have long-term investment. If you put the two together, the total fixed asset value for the society as of 2021 was 956,684 Ghana cedis. And our current assets, usually current, we are looking at your cash, the cash that you have in hand to execute your programs, your equity, and those things. And so also we have the inventory, we have the trade and other receivables. I hope we understand these terms. I don't want to be boring you with, but the inventory talk about your stocks, usually your equity, those things, which you can translate into cash. And then the trade and other receivables, people may have owed you, so you're expecting more cash to come from people, your creditors, your trade partners. And then for financials, that is the investment that we make as a society. I've said that all the funds cumulatively are put together and invest. And so together, this is the results we have had. And then your cash and cash equivalent, as other people will say, cash at bank, those cash that you have at bank, all summed together, the total current asset for 2021 was 8,677,414 Ghana cedis. And so now I want to look at our total assets. So total assets is your fixed asset plus your current assets, and that gives us 9,634,098 Ghana cedis. If you are not careful, you might think the society has a lot of money. I will explain to you later the meaning of this. So the funds, liabilities, and the net assets. This time around, we want to single out your cash, your capital, what is at hand, what you have, minus the fixed assets. And so all the funds that we talk of, which we have invested over the years and has given us some kind of money or cash inflow, is what has been listed here. So accumulated fund coming from the reserves from 2020 plus your surplus for 2021 gives you the accumulated fund for 2021. And then the welfare fund, the building fund, all these funds may have been appreciated over the year. The 2021, they appreciated. That's what have been listed for you. So all put together gives you 9,462,643 Ghana cedis. Now let's look at our current liability. Do we own people, our traders, and what have you? So our current liability for 2021 amounted to 171,455. Now, when you put the two together, if you sum the funds plus your liability, as I said, these funds are not seen as an income. They are not seen as an income. They are just funds sitting where for a program. So we are managing them. So we can't directly say they are income. That's how come we put together with the liabilities. And we are getting 9,634,98 Ghana cedis. Now, the last important aspect was of one of the objectives was to also know the cash flow outlook. And for cash flow, we want to know the availability of cash for the society to run every program that we want to run. We have strategic plan. Do we have the necessary resources to be able to run them? And we are talking about cash here. Because we don't deal with what? Last trade activity. All that we depend on is cash flowing in so we can use them. So the cash outlook is telling us whether we have cash available to run our society. And cash comes from three major outlines. That operations. That's the day-to-day operations of the society's cash that come there. Then investment that we make. Do we have some cash inflows from that aspect? And then finally, financing activity. We are talking about the funds that we manage. Are they able to bring us some kind of gains? So that is what has been listed for you. So for operational activity, but here what we do is that you strike the difference of the various components between 2020 and 2021. The figures you see is the difference. We call it a change in cash from operations. That's for 2020 and 2020. If it's appreciating, you see that it is 64. But if it is negative, then you see it in brackets. The bracket means that cash is out. But when it is open, cash is in. That's the meaning of the figures there. So when we sum all the operating activities, we had a deficit. And that is 22,881. When you sum all the cash inflows through investing activities, we had 11, that's also a deficit, 111,426. And then finally, when you sum all the financing activities funds, we had 1,357,695. So net cash inflow would be, you sum all these three, and then you arrive at the net cash inflow. So when you add this and that, so of course you subtract 22,881, and also this from this, you should be able to arrive at the net financing activity. Sorry, the net cash equivalent, which is 1,223,389. Now the cash and cash equivalent is the cash that usually is the accumulated cash that we already have from all the funds, and that is coming from the closing balance from 2020, and that is 7,323,408 Ghana cedis. Now, our cash balance as at 31st December 2021 was 8,546,797. The financial man will say, this is your equity, your net capital. This is the money in our hands, cash, that is in the hands of the society to run almost every program, including all the funds allocated activities. So these are just to, give you a clear view of opening and closing balances of all the funds that we have. I can run you to this one just to highlight on the fact that opening and closing balance, which has already been iterated. So just to give you, we try to give you all those details for those who would want to find out the state of the various funds. These are individuals' accounts for the funds. So these are. I want to acknowledge some few people who worked tirelessly and collectively to make the financial report possible. All past and present governing board members. Almost every time we have to go to them. If you are honorary treasurer, your mandate is to seek information from the experts, the people who are already in business. I am not an expert in finance, but I need to learn on the job. And these are people who have supported me to come thus far. Past and present SEC executive members, I really, really appreciate your effort and contributions. And then also, past and present finance committee members, they are doing a yeoman job. Excellent contribution from them. Our development partners. And finally, all wonderful members of the PAGH. Thank you very much for your support. Thank you very much.
I think the treasurer deserves a round of applause. So just take note of your questions. We want to take as many of the presentations as possible. Then when we go into the open forum, then we can then take the questions. So let's take a presentation on the pharmacy center project. Some discussions have been done, and some decisions have been taken by the governing board, which the pharmacy center project committee worked on. So let's welcome the chairman of the pharmacy center project and fundraising committee, pharmacist William Edum Ado. Now, William. CEO JM Ado and Sons. Hey, okay, sorry. Okay, now.
Good morning, High Table. Good morning, distinguished pharmacists. The Pharmacy Center project and fundraising committee is comprised of the following personalities. Myself as the chairman, ex-president Farm Thomas Boatia PAJ, Farm Mrs. Ajo Infojo, Mrs. Farm Kofi Ejekum Ado, Farm Stephen Apiabuedu, Farm Kwamna Oponi Frempong. I wish to pay tribute to all past and present presidents, SEC and GB members, pharmacy center project committees, and individuals who have made effort to bring us this far. As part of our mandate by the GB, our committee reviewed architectural drawings referred to our committee to bring projects in line with the changing dynamics in the world we live today. Presentations were then made to SEC and GB by committee and consultants. The GB reviewed the initial designs made, and they also had their inputs. This has culminated in a new pharmacy center model, which I'm going to present to you. We have the consultants. The project site is approximately 2.41 acre and located on Springtest Road, as we all know. The project has 3 functional areas. That's the guest house accommodation, which has 30 rooms, offices, meeting room, restaurant, and kitchen. It's going to serve the other facilities as well. Offices for the Pharmaceutical Society of Ghana, open offices for PSG and lettable office space. Conference facilities, but it's going to be partitionable conference hall. We have the furniture, registration, secretary, and translation booth in there. This, the aerial view of the new model I'm talking about. We have the guest house, office, and conference facilities. This is a different perspective, but the same aerial view. In the middle, we have the triangle between the guest house, the conference facility, and the office. We have a triangle in the middle that can have multi-purpose usage. That's a block plan of our proposed model. That's the guest wing with the water storage basement floor. That's another perspective of the guest house showing what's in the reception, meeting room, administration offices, kitchen, and the like. That's the first floor plan of the guest house. Second floor of the guest house. Third floor of the guest house. It's a 30-room facility. So we have a perspective of only the guest house. That's a perspective, the front. Another perspective, area perspective. At least we want everybody to appreciate what we should expect when the project is done. Guest, the same perspective but different angles. Now we have the conference facility and office inside. That's the main reception for the guest house. That's the courtyard, the triangle I was talking about. That's a typical room for the guest house. Very comfortable. If you have a visitor in your Accra, or even if you're in Accra and you want a different environment, you can go and relax there for a fee, definitely. That's a rooftop of the guest house. In fact, when it's done, it's going to be one of the landmarks in the area. That's the rooftop. And that's the projected estimates. We have the demolition, we have the cost of the restaurant and guest house, we have offices and lettable space, That's the block 2. That's the cost beneath. We have the conference room, that's the block 3. And the external works. The total is estimated to be about 28,821,299 Ghana cedis, 76 pesos. In the dollar exchange rate, it's about 2.9 at an exchange rate of 9.75. We have some exclusions. Some has been done. Some has been done. Just of course for the presentation, that's why we've put some has been done and some has to be modified to fit for purpose. But some of the exclusions have been done. So I'm done, and I can say that with this, it's possible for us to bring into fruition our heart's desires. Thank you.
Thank you. PSG. So thank you very much. Now, Pharmacist William Edumado, Chairman of the Pharmacy Center Project and Fundraising Committee. So, unfortunately, the Chairman of the Board of Trustees of the PSGH Fund has to leave us. So he has asked that I go through these short slides on his behalf to give the House an update on the PSGH Fund. Good. So I'm doing this on behalf of the Board of Trustees of the PSGH Fund. They are made up of pharmacist Dr. Daniel Ekomensa, who is the chair, pharmacist Mrs. Lucia Adaintri, secretary, pharmacist and lawyer Alexander J, a member, pharmacist Professor Christian Jari, a member, as well as Reverend Washington Komladake, who is an outsider and industry expert on the Board of Trustees of the PSGH Fund. So the background is that as part of the strategic plan, we committed ourselves to securing the future well-being of ourselves when we grow old or when we are in difficulties. So it gave birth to the PSGH Fund, where we say members, we agree that members will voluntarily set aside some money every month into our own fund that we administer and with the advice and help of industry experts and the board to be able to set aside something for our well-being when we need the money. So this is the structure. The members of the PSGH Fund is the highest decision-making body on top, and then they give the matching of orders to the Board of Trustees that I went through earlier. And then they have then mandated the collection bank, the administrator of the fund, and we have administrator of the fund being Data Bank Asset Management Services Limited, DAMSEL. We had the first collection bank and custody bank as EcoBank Ghana Limited, and then we are working through a second collection bank, that is CBG. The Board of Trustees' duties are to make sure proper books are kept of the account of the PSG Fund, and then make sure that collection banks, custody banks, and then fund managers are up to task on their duties. Operation of the fund, or the PSG Fund. EcoBank started with us, and we were doing in-branch payment as well as mobile app using the EcoBank app. It's not been too fluid as we want it to be. So the Board of Trustees took a decision to engage CBG. So they came on board through Momo using the USSD code *924*200*15#, and then you go through the process. And this allows you to use any Momo to do that. The first tranche, so when Mr. Treasurer, Honorable Treasurer was making his presentation, you saw that the welfare payment in 2021 was huge when you compare to 2020. One of the reasons being that the board then took a decision that the welfare allocation per member for each year from the consolidated dues was 30 cedis. So they took the decision for 5 years, any member, going back 5 years, any member that had been in good standing 1 year out of the 5 was eligible. And therefore, 126,000, I think, and 10 cedis was taken from the welfare fund and invested on behalf of each member who has been in good standing for the past 5 years. And so we ended up paying for around 4,000 something pharmacists as seed money into the fund for the fund to start. Subsequently, so in all 126,210 was paid out, and then subsequently members have contributed a paltry 6,123. If we take that out of the fund portfolio we have now, we have a market value of 159,220, which means that we have an average growth of 20% over the last year. So activation of membership. Membership of the fund will be updated after this AGM to include new and omitted existing members in terms of those that in the past 5 years have been in good standing. So we created an account for everybody. So you had your, as long as you were in good standing that 5 years, you had your number. I'll go through that. The number has the initials PSGHBF, which means PSGH Benefit Fund, and then you add your registration number. Mine is 1799. So PSGHBF 1799 is my PSGH Fund unique identification number. And that is what, when I'm doing payment, that is the code I enter for it to reflect on my behalf with the custodian and with the fund managers. So when you use the star code to do it under the USSD of CBG, you provide that. It takes you to the prompt, you provide that, and then the money is appropriately credited to you. We agreed that voluntarily, anyone who wants to contribute to it will do a minimum of 100 cedis a month. So you can do it in bits and pieces or you do it in a go. The payment options, you can do in-branch payment. That means go to the bank and then pay into your account using your unique identifying code, PSGH BF 1799. That is mine. If you paid using that, it will go into my account. So I'm using that as an example. Don't say I didn't warn you. The CBG bank, you can use the star 924 200 hash. Star 924 star 200 star 15 hash. And then it takes you to the prompt. So, okay, I wanted to use somebody's number, but it's okay. So you just PSGHBF, then add your registration number. That is yours. And then whatever amount you contribute, it goes into your account. If you have a problem, just let us know, and we'll rectify it appropriately. For EcoBank account holder, it is a bit easy because I have an EcoBank account. It's always a bit easier. Occasionally, the platform will be down. So if you try, it doesn't go through, just try again. Or you can just through the, you don't need to have a CBG account number. We are using their Momo. So with the USSD, you can always just have it the way it is. How does the fund run? Withdrawals. We say, because we are building or we are forcing or coercing or slightly helping you to save for a rainy day. We don't want you to withdraw from the funds. So you can withdraw up to 50% of your funds after 5 years contribution. That is if you are alive. And then subsequently every 2 years. But you cannot withdraw more than 50% of your funds. Okay, so on cessation of membership, you can receive 100% or you receive 100%. But the gestation period, which means the time we want the fund to grow, is 10 years. So, but we can't force you to go to. But if you choose to opt out, there's some things you forfeit. So when a member dies, the full benefit is, however, paid to your next of kin, your children. Nothing is taken out. But if you're alive and you want to take it before 10 years, that one, this is it. Less than 5 years. Every interest you have accrued will take 25%. If you do it between 5 to 10 years, before the 10 years, we take 75%. You take 75% and forfeit 25. However, if you wait to 10 years or after, you take everything. So my advice would be contribute and wait for the 10 years. Okay. So it caters for the medium to long-term financial needs of members, provide members with retirement benefits, serve as a supplementary pension, and then you can have partial withdrawals from time to time. The Board of Trustees have put in place a lot of risk mitigating measures. We are more or less overseeing our own funds. When the money is contributed, the bank has no authority over it. It is an account. And then the fund manager can only invest in what the Board of Trustees approve for them. They don't see the money. They give instruction to the custodian bank. The custodian bank cannot touch the money. So, in effect, the money is safe. So let's try and then be able to do it appropriately. I believe if it was the chairman of the Board of Trustees, we have said more. But I just want to say thank you for listening to us. Thank you. So before we go into the open forum and taking motions afterwards, Novartis is a platinum sponsor of our AGM. We didn't have a place to put them to present. We said business session. So we didn't want it. I said there are about 1,400 pharmacists online. So I had to convince them as the salesman to present at this session. So if Mr. Amejo is here, 1,400 pharmacists are listening to you online. So please come and present to us. I believe this has been one of the biggest in-person business session meetings we have. So it's a privilege. These are serious people. Come and present to us. Thank you. It's here.
Good morning, and thanks very much, PSGH, for the opportunity. So this morning, I'm going to talk very briefly about a few things and on how we are helping improve the lives of patients from the Novartis perspective. So I'm going to take us through very briefly a few things on hydroxyurea or hydroxycarbamide. So we know that hydroxycarbamide is an antineoplastic agent and currently available as a generic form that is recommended for use in patients with sickle cell disease, particularly to help improve issues related to vaso-occlusive crisis and acute chest syndrome. Now, traditionally, for the children in particular, what happens? Typically, we would do extemporaneous preparations for them because we know they cannot swallow the capsules that we have available on the market. Thankfully, Novartis has introduced onto the Ghanaian market the fast dissolvable tablet of hydroxyurea, currently available in Ghana. It is available in two strengths, 100 milligrams and 1,000 milligram. However, I'm sure many of us are wondering, how are we going to give smaller doses with this kind of formulation? The good news is that hydroxyurea fast dissolvable tablet is scored, and so you can get as low as 50 milligrams from the 100 milligram tablet. And then the 1,000 milligram tablet also is scored in 4 places. And so you can get as low as 250 milligram of hydroxyurea from there. So depending on the weight of the child, you can actually have the various doses for them as well. It is important to remind all of us that because it is an it causes suppression of the marrow, there's a need for us to aggressively monitor for these patients. And so we recommend that the acceptable range when we put patients on hydroxyurea, for neutrophils, we're saying it shouldn't be more than 2,500 cells per milliliter. For platelets, it's 95,000. For hemoglobin, it should be greater than 5.3 grams per deciliter. Whilst for reticulocytes, we recommend 95,000 millimeter as well. Once your patient begins to drop below these numbers, we would recommend that you either stop and then allow the patient to recover or reduce the dose for them. So we are saying that give your children the ability to be able to enjoy their life and attain whatever goal they have for themselves for the future. We also would like to bring to our attention that on the 14th of September, we will be officially unveiling hydroxyurea fast dissolvable tablets. And so we are inviting the pharmaceutical community to join us even as we improve the care of patients, particularly our children. It is available currently from the wholesale. It is available at AdPharma and Philips Pharmaceuticals. So for any of the facilities or retail outlet that would want the fast dissolvable tablet of hydroxyurea, you can contact AdPharma or Philips Pharmaceuticals. We also would like to remind all of us that the capsules are also available, and so for the children who may not be able to afford the fast dissolvable tablet and you will need to prepare the, extemporaneous preparations for them, you still have the capsules available, and you can get them at Ozone's Chemist, AdPharma, and Philips as well. Now, very quickly, I just want to touch base on amoxiclav. I know many of us here are very familiar with amoxiclav, but I just wanted to briefly talk about the suspension that we have introduced recently. Currently, I know most of us are aware that we have the 228 and 156 formulations. However, recently we have introduced 2 new SKUs, which are the 156 milligrams and the 312 milligrams. The 156 basically contains 125 milligrams of amoxicillin, and the 312 contains 250 milligrams of amoxicillin. Now, why this? You would agree with me that sometimes when we have patients in front of us and we are giving the formulation per kilogram body weight, we are faced with a challenge of how many mils or milligrams we need to give these patients. And so some of these patients may fall outside some of these traditional formulations that we have. So we have made available this additional SKUs to ensure that you are able to give accurate dosings to all your patients. Now, we're saying that children are very, very fragile, and therefore we must always get the dosing right to ensure that the patient can go back to whatever activity they enjoy doing. So we have introduced the 156, and we also want to remind all pharmacists that let's encourage each other to ensure that when we are dosing, we are using the weight and not the mils per se. We can derive the amount of mils we would need but it's important that we start from the, use the per kilogram body weight, and we recommend that we start from 25 milligram per kilogram body weight for a mild to moderate conditions, and then for moderate to severe conditions, you can go as high as 45 milligram per kilogram body weight, and depending on which of the formulations your patient will fall under, you can actually recommend that for them. We will be coming into the various facilities as well to introduce what we call the dosage wheel. This ensures that you can actually determine right from the onset which of the formulations you would actually have to give to your patients. So, in a nutshell, these are the products that we have, and we wanted to introduce them to you. Last but not the least, I also wanted to talk about a new addition to the family. Now, for your children who may weigh 40 kg and above, the question is, do I need to give them the suspension? And how much of the suspensions do I need to give? Thankfully, Novartis has introduced amoxiclav dispersible tablet as well. So for your children 40 kg and above, you can give them 625 milligrams amoxiclav, which they can just put in water, and that will be fine. For those elderly patients who may have difficulty swallowing or post-surgery, that you would also want to give amoxicillin clavulanic acid. Amoxiclav dispersible tablet is also available in 1 gram, so you can actually give to them as well. Very briefly, how much water do I need for a patient who is going on amoxiclav DT? Up to 30 ml of water is more than enough to help with the dissolution. And usually this should take within a minute for your patient. So these are the 4 key SKUs that we have currently on the Ghanaian market for amoxiclav. We have the suspension 156, 312, 228, 457, and then the new addition of dispersible tablet 625 DT and 1 gram DT. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I have an instruction from my AGM Planning Committee Chair that they have a short 3 to 5 minutes information they want to give to be considered as part of the discussion when we go into the open forum. So I invite the head of the content subcommittee of the 2022 AGM Planning Committee, pharmacist Na Michael Opoku Mreku, and he's also the vice chair of the AGM Planning Committee. Please, let's welcome him.
Right. Good morning, colleagues, Mr. President, members of the Standing Executive Committee, governing board members, fellows and colleagues. So we have had several discussions since the AGM started, particularly yesterday during tracks 1, 2, 3, meant to be the symposia. We discussed several things. We want to just put a few of them out so that they are crystallized for our further discussion and consideration. So, number 1, it was clear that there are opportunities for pharmacists in industry. And that goes from research, clinical trials, supply chain and logistics, management as well, and then technology. But these are predominantly occupied by non-pharmacists because it appears pharmacists are not quite ready, or for whatever reason, that is the reality on the ground. So that is something that was deliberated at length, and it would help for us to fashion out courses, fellowships, possibly, for pharmacists to be adequately prepared, confident enough to put themselves forward to fill these positions, because we all are aware that local vaccine manufacturing or production is in sight. And so it's important for us to get ready for that.
And then also the issue of Farm D being clinically biased came up across the tracks. And it appears that it will be necessary for us to consider, and this goes to the Dean's Forum, if you like, for consideration so that it is possible to have some kind of focus within the Farm D programs for those who want to be clinically biased, those who may want to be industry, right from the get-go. And these are things we may want to consider and discuss now, rather than keeping them on WhatsApp platforms, respectfully. The other thing again is that pharmacist survival is somewhat contingent on our evolution with the global process or the global order. And it is important for us to find ways and means of making it possible for pharmacists to realize that we must evolve and get involved in the move of technology for supply chain again, for clinical management. Yesterday again, we talked about travel vaccination and how that could help with community pharmacists differentiating and then being able to survive in the midst of all the challenges that are coming up. OTCMSs, these are the decisions that really remain outstanding. They came up again, but we are all too familiar with the complaints to do with regulation. And so we don't want to belabor them, but pick them out and then say again that they need to be decided on so that we can move forward. OTCMSs, are we continuing with them? Are they going to remain? The number of pharmacy students admitted into pharmacy schools, considering the number of faculties at the respective schools, considering the laboratories, considering the classrooms, and all of that. It's important for us to look at that in the interest of the profession so that we are not solving a problem today only to create a huger one tomorrow. And then pharmacy technicians, medicine counter assistants, that also remains an unanswered question. We might want to get answers to these. So that I don't bore you too much, these are the little ones I want to talk about. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Michael Opoku Mreku, the first. So, having received the reports, I will ask that a member move for acceptance of the reports from the governing board report through the strategic plan, the financial report, that from the Pharmacy Center project, as well as the PSGH fund. So a member who so wishes can move, and then a motion for acceptance of the report so we can start the discussions. Thank you. Prof, the mic. So your name and registration number. Oh, why can't he? Prof, you can, please.
Isaac Isiru, registration number 1653, move for the acceptance of the governing board's report. Thank you.
Thank you.
And all other reports.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, anybody seconding the motion of Professor Isaac Julius Esiedu Jechi, registration number 1653. Prof, is that it? Good, thank you. So, Esca, there's a feminine hand behind you, so let me be balanced. Hey, please, can you take the mic to her for me?
Martha Jansalutrot, registration number 986. Second the motion.
So, pharmacist Dr. Mrs. Martha Jansa Lutrot, registration number 986. 986. Okay, so one contemporary, one, okay, 986. So, for all of us in favor of the motion as submitted and seconded, say aye. For those against it, say nay. So the ayes have it. Mr. President, do I have your permission? Open the floor. So from all the reports that have been presented, the President and Chairman has opened the floor for discussion. So you can line up on the red carpet, a red carpet treatment. If you want to say anything, make a contribution, just line up on the red carpet. We are giving you a celebrity a treat. So I see a past editor of the society here, Frank Kumi. Do I see a second one? Do I see a second hand? Doctor? Third, then we start with the first batch. Do I see a third hand? Okay, so we'll start with the two. Please, you mention your name and your registration number before you make your contribution, please.
Good morning to the fellows and the governing board, SEC, and then my colleague pharmacist. Mr. President, I wish to commend your administration for the invaluable services you are selflessly rendering to humanity and on behalf of us. Nevertheless, I have one or two issues I wish to bring to your attention for your kind consideration. I saw in the governing board report that you have SEC members, 7 SEC members. This I wish to bring to our attention that is not in line with Article 4 of our Constitution. If permission be given, I may quote the exact provision. So, Mr. President, the Constitution says the SEC, Standing Executive Committee, shall be composed of elected officers and the Executive Secretary of the Society. So, I would like you to kindly provide the necessary clarity on why in the governing board report you have 7 SEC members who are not elected. And if they need be, we go through the right processes. Thank you very much. My registration number is 2779.
Frank Kumi, past editor of the society. 2779. Is that the number, Frank? 2779. Yes. Let's take a second.
Thank you, Mr. Executive Secretary, for the opportunity. My name is Paul Osudonko, registration number 2525. Thank you, Mr. President, and then Honorary Treasurer, for your presentation. Very exhaustive one, I understood it well. I see some discrepancy between the figures you were quoting and what the Executive Secretary read in his report. You mentioned that there were no numbers for members abroad for both 2020 and 2021. In the Executive Secretary's report, I noticed that there was a number for that, and that totaled the total number we have in good standing. What explains this discrepancy? Because it affects the figures we are having. My second question is to the chairperson of the building project. One, when you look at the designs that he showed to us, it appears there's no consideration for the credit union building which is on the site. As we all are well aware, the credit union is part owners, not part owners, but part cohabitants of the land that we do have. There's even talks about some extension of the land that we are occupying now. But the drawings would suggest that indeed there's no consideration for the credit union at all. I would want to know what the building committee, SEC and GB are doing about this, because there's some investment from credit union in that land that we occupy at the moment. And lastly, still to the building fund committee, that we did not look at any financing schemes for the over $2 million expense that we are looking forward to using in completing this project. What is the financing scheme that the committee seeks to project to us, so that when we are agreeing to go ahead with this project, we can say that yes, it would not be stuck when we start. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So, in the interim, so we're searching the first two. So if it's not a problem, can we? Okay, wanted to do it in threes. So you do the hand so that when we finish, then we continue. Thank you.
So thank you, Mr. Executive Secretary. And then thank you, Mr. President, for the opportunity to do this inquiry. In fact, I would like to commend the PSGH President for the initiative to prioritize community pharmacies who try to come out with their own facilities. I actually love that idea, with working with the council to help pharmacies own their own pharmacies. But with the financial statement, I would like to ask a question. My name is Andrew Sunkwan, 3462. I noticed from the general and administrative expenses, there is an expenses labeled software and system subscription, which comes at a value of 43,785 in the year 2021. And in the year 2020, 30,751. I would like to find out what the software subscription entails. I would like to find out what the software subscription entails and how these people who are offering these services are contracted to offer this service. Thank you.
What? Okay. So we'll take the three and then we'll take the next three.
Thank you for the questions. On the issue of the SEC members being 7, as against what we have in our constitution, what we did was to go to the due process. You realize that we have the head of strategic plan being a member of the outstanding executive committee. So we went through the governing board, and the governing board gave us an approval for her to become part of our SEC. We did the same for the deputy executive secretary, who also now acts as the editor of the Pharmaceutical Society of Ghana, and the governing board gave us approval for him also to serve on SEC. So this is how we have the number you see in the governing board report. That notwithstanding, when it comes to voting, so they will say that they are co-opted members of our standing executive committee. But when it comes to issues that we have to vote at SEC, we stick to what we have in the constitution. Keep in mind that even though the constitution of PSJ says that the executive secretary is a member of SEC, he doesn't even have voting right. So when it comes to voting, he stays out. So for all issues that we have to deliberate upon and vote, we'll do all the deliberations. Time for voting, we'll stick to the constitution. That is how we've operated. The issue of the numbers, the discrepancy in the number of registered pharmacists, the Executive Secretary, can you please explain to members?
So, if you look at the total number of members in good standing for the year ended 31st December 2021, you realize that it is the same as the Treasurer presented. Do we agree on that? It is the breakdown. That is where you said that for the members abroad was missing. What happens sometimes when the computation is being done is that the specificity has to be deliberate because they all pay the same amount. In the past, they used to pay more in terms of the dollar equivalent, but a decision was taken under Professor Ejari's directorate for them to pay almost the same as those of us here because they were already fulfilling some professional obligations where they practice. So sometimes, if you are not deliberate in teasing it out, it gets added to Greater Accra numbers. So you see that the Greater Accra numbers get bloated. So, but I deliberately took it out so that I could present it as such and encourage those watching from abroad to that they can be there, but they can also still pay their dues. We need all we can get. So that's the explanation. The total figure in terms of members in good standing is the same. Okay, so but when you are doing the computation, any region that you can allocate a particular region to, we add it to Greater Accra. So that was why that mistake happened.
Yes, just a follow-up. 2019, we used to categorize the dues payers, including location, so that those in abroad were part of the location. So we have members and then location. Then 2020, there was a decision, advice from the Finance Committee to then said that let's categorize dues payment in membership, not in location. And so we decided to just forget about the location in respect of the abroad and then include them. So the number I presented included those in abroad financially. They have paid their dues and we have also included them in our report or considered them. That's just the explanation. So now we don't categorize based on location and members as it used to be. So they are now part of the members who pay dues. Thank you.
Thank you. I will also answer on the drawings. That did we take into consideration the credit union? Yes, we did. We took into consideration the credit union as well as the current PSGH office. These two properties will be left to stand on their own. The credit union too have been extended. There's an extra land for them. That was also taken into consideration. So the drawing will not affect the land that we have leased or given out to the credit union. That is quite intact. And right after the credit union land, what you even have there is going to be part of the car parking space. It's not even part of where the property will be situated. On the issue of funding or finance, yes, at this AGM, once we are given approval, the committee on the pharmacy center project was not only tasked to come up with drawings or the building project, just focusing on the building project, they would also have to look at funding, how we can raise the needed funds to be able to complete the project. But if you listen to the committee chair, there's a reason why you see the property as a triangle. There's a reason why governing board chose this particular designs, because we had two designs. This would allow us to do it in phases. We can go for and I think that we decide to go straight away for the guest house, so that, because we have an office already, so the office is not going to be our primary focus. Let's finish up with our guest house. Then when pharmacists come to Accra, when governing board members come for governing board meetings and they have to sleep in Accra, for the first, they will be able to have a place to sleep on their own. That would also bring us revenue. Once you complete that one and you start running it, it start bringing you revenue to help you to continue with the project. Then the conference facility will follow. So we are going to phase it out. We don't want a situation where you start, you won't be able to complete. So once we take a particular phase, we know that this phase is going to be completed before we move to the second phase, complete it, and the third phase. So what will happen is that we will commence this project. It may start during my time, but the president to finish this project will be another president, because it's based on how we get our funding. First phase moves, then we move to second and third. So we are going in by that approach. Who would respond to the software subscription question? I think Yes can respond for that.
So,
Executive Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. President. So our initial soft website that we're using was procured from the United States. And so we used to pay about $7,000 equivalent annually. But when presidents come into office and they see that huge bill we are paying, they express a bit of concern, and so they wanted us to start sourcing for local providers in terms of that. So it's not just a website, it's an online association management software. So a company was sourced to develop, who has done something smart locally to develop modules in line with what we're doing with the US company, yourmembership.com. So that constitutes part of the cost for that. Also, the advent of COVID meant that we had to subscribe to online forum for our discussions and meetings, even with committees. So we had to take on Zoom subscription. Actually, we have two of that, one for a larger group and one for a smaller group, which we pay the annual retention. The larger the group, the more you pay, as well as paying a monthly subscription. So those two predominantly contribute or constitute this. And then also, yes, our online, our accounting system is an e-count software, and that is also part of the cost, the e-count accounting system, which I'm sure most of us in business know about this. So, and that is a very good software that we use to monitor our accounts. So the president in his house, the vice, the treasurer can always monitor what is being done in the system. So it's part of the cost of the software and system subscription. Thank you.
It's important to note that the online accounting system that is built on the software is very important, in the sense that if tomorrow you get to the office and something has happened and all your computers are gone, you haven't lost anything. So the Pharmaceutical Society of Ghana today, if you want to go back into your account, as far as we went on online, every information is still there because they are stored in the clouds. So it's also for integrity of our accounts and records.
So can we take the next three? Esquire and George, and I saw Mr. Dankwa. So
online.
So, yes, so the online. Harry, you can respond to the online.
Okay, some questions from online. Mr. Harrison Nabutiati wants to find out if considering the rising cost of building materials, if instead of keeping cash in the bank, you can use the money to get building materials. Instead of keeping cash in the bank, can we use the building fund to purchase building materials?
Okay, so I'm sure Mr. President will answer that. Continue.
Mm-hmm. What accounts for the variation in AGM expenses for 2020 and 2021, since both are virtual?
Yes, so AGM 2021 and 2020, we had a purely virtual meeting in 2020. Okay.
Someone is requesting for a breakdown of administrative costs because it's almost as same as salaries paid. And please, those online, I'll be grateful if you can add your names Most of the comments are anonymous. Your names and registration numbers. Thank you. And another person says, can the funds be reduced? He believes the monies to the Ghana College Fund is too huge, if that can be reduced, instead of increasing dues year on year on. Monies allocated to funds be reduced. The President, that will be all.
Thank you. Purchasing building materials as against keeping cash. I think it was a decision of the governing board of the Pharmaceutical Society of Ghana once again to ring fence the building fund until we are quite clear what to do. So the funds are supposed to be put into investments so that at least it yields interest. Once you know exactly, because what building funds are you buying? You need to know the property to get your bills of quantities and exactly what you need to. We had just done with the drawings. Once we are given the approvals, we have the bills of quantities. We know the cost. You now have to select a contractor. The contractor comes in before you buy the building materials. So you can't buy building materials and keep them when you don't even have a finalized plan to work with. So that's first one. The second one is for the treasurer, the administrative costs and salaries. I'll leave it for him. The third one, can the funds be reduced? And then a specific emphasis was made with respect to the Ghana College Fund. I think these funds are all constitutional. They are all decisions of AGM. So we can't take that decisions on our own. AGM is the only body that can reverse those decisions. That's one thing that members should know. Every fund there was approved at an AGM, and so it will remain until it elapses. What we know is that we are quite certain is that the Ghana College Fund was for 3 years. The members are supposed to pay for 3 years, and the 3 years this year is supposed to be the last year to pay for the Ghana College Fund. That I can let members know. But all the other funds don't have time limits. Building fund, we always need it. Strategic fund, we would always need it, as well as the advocacy fund. So those ones were AGM decisions, and they remain in perpetuity. The only time we want to change it, it has to come back to the members, or a motion will have to be raised at the AGM, and it then could be reversed by the general membership. SEC and governing board cannot alter AGM decisions. Thank you.
So, have we answered all the online questions?
No, somebody wanted to find out the breakdown for general and administrative cost. And it includes cost of insurance, cost of traveling and sustenance, printing and stationery, communication and posting, cost of advertisement, publicity, repairs, maintenance, vehicle running.
On page 50.
Bank charges, audit charges, and all those things constitute. We have also security, professional agency, office and sundry expenses, and cleaning and sanitation, as well as our donation and all of that. In fact, the software and system subscription all comes under the general and administrative expenses. Yes, somebody also wanted to find out why we have variations in expenditure with regards to 2020 and 2021 AGM. Obviously, yes, though they were all virtual, the mode of organization were not the same. For 2021, I do remember we had representation from various practice and interest groups to be there. So depending on the number that was able to attend that physical AGM, though it were virtual, we had some sort of physical presence. So it depends, the variation comes from the number that actually attended that physical. We have to take care of their food, there's some of them even travel from other regions, and we have to take care of the accommodation. So the variation is just coming from the number that were present for the 2 AGMs, though it was virtual.
Yes, just to add that it was also an election year. So you remember everyone voted electronically, and that software also added to that cost as compared to 2020 where we didn't have any elections. Okay. So we'll take the next 3. George, please let Mr. Dankwa do it and then.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is David Dankwa, registration number 1267. I would like to commend the Governing Council for the yeoman job you are doing, most especially our Executive Secretary, who have served so many presidents, past and present. As far as we are aware, I think our building project has been in process for quite a number of years, and we still don't see any serious takeoff. I like the new presentations you have brought forward with the plans and everything, but I think our main problem has been funding. And I know in the industry we have some big players who have benefited from us. Can we in a way engage them so that they support us, you know, to really take this thing off? Or can we consider a financial institution or maybe a consortium who could take up this project on build, operate, and transfer basis so that we can see a physical structure on site? Thank you very much.
Thank you. George.
Good morning. Thanks so much for the opportunity. My name is George Abaka. My number is 2401. Thanks so much for the opportunity to ask this question. I know we launched a strategic document somewhere 2016, thereabouts. We are over 7 years down the line, and I'm sure a lot of things have changed along the line. We are just a few years to the full term of our 10-year strategic plan. I don't know whether we've done any major review of the document, knowing very well a lot of the things have changed on the ground. Even we now have the YPG, which was not then there, so it wasn't even part of the strategic document, but it is an active group now that will have to be incorporated somehow in our strategic direction. So I don't know where we are with the review of the strategic document and the major pillars that have to be achieved by the various groups. So I know this morning PSGA gave 8 pillars of what it has to achieve, but I don't know whether from the other practice groups, whether they also have given reports of where they are, whether we are 70% down the line of what we are supposed to achieve or what, and what are the challenges and how do we intend to overcome those challenges. So I think that it's important that we critically review the document to reflect the current situation. And then looking at the financials, also I realized that the expenses for meetings for 2021 was quite high. Looking at 2020 and 2021, I think 2020 was around 80,000, 2021 was around 130 something thousand for meetings. I think we should look at that going forward. Now that we have opportunities to do online meetings, so that because that really have affected the surplus. So we have to look at how we can find a way of reducing that. And the last but not the least, if it's possible that during reports we get to know what is it that we intended to achieve and what we've been able to achieve, so that the report is not on, okay, we spent this and this amount, but okay, we said that we're going to spend this, and eventually we're able to spend that portion of what we said we're going to spend, or we've exceeded, and the reason for we exceeding, so that we'll be measuring the report based on what we said we're going to do, and not just the report on its own. So I think these are the few. And I think, sorry, the last one, the last one is that one of the pillars that PSG set was to be financially viable. We are 7 years down the line. Are we in a position where PSG can live on its own without necessarily dues? Because it was one of the strategic pillars that was set in the strategic document. So I wanted to find out where are we on that one. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. President and SEC. My name is Ernesto Usuabuaji, PA1939, 1939. Thank you very much. I want to start by commending SEC and the Finance Committee and the Treasurer for the advocacy and strategic plan and support for operations that you have stopped. I think it's a very good start, and I commend you for that. Now, I have just three issues I would need some clarity on. There have always been issues on our investment income, because almost all the statutory investments, their returns are specified in the financials. So when we say investment income of 205,892, the question is, where is that coming from? If there could be a narrative like that we have for the rest of the incomes, it would help us so that we know that, because today ordinary investments are doing 20-30%, let's say, or even 15% PA. So then how much did we invest? I know it's an in and out and a going thing, but we need to have an idea of how the investment income arrived at these figures. That is one. The second one is our projects and program income. You realize that we have three broad income sources: the retention and subscriptions, the AGM, and then the projects. But if you look at the 2 years, I could see that for COVID 2020, we got some 174,000 for COVID, and that significantly impacted on income for that year. But for this year, because there didn't seem to be either any epidemic or any project as a source of income, we had just about 62,000 the whole year, as against 278 the previous year. So I would urge SEC and the Finance Committee to look at projects and programs, so that if it could help show up our source of income. I'm sure that could even have impacted on the surplus, because we blocked advocacy and this thing. My last questions are on trade receivables. I realize that on the trade payable and receivables, there's a 40,568 on page 16. That's receivables, 40,568. But the narrative is others, OTHERS, and I don't know where those other receivables, what we have in mind as other receivables. And then on the payables too, there's a 130,355 on page 17, payables to members. And if the Honorary Treasurer could clarify whether I'm part of those members, maybe I can get something back to Tamale. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Mr. President and your executives. I would also want to commend the Treasurer for a very good job done. I think having to explain all of these things on the financials. My question, the first one, has been asked by our lawyer, so I'll just go to the second one, which is every year you explain, this is our surplus. Okay, we didn't make this profit and all of that. But then I would want to know, is it possible for Mr. President, for you to present to the House a budget for the next financial year? So say, this is how much we want to spend as a society. And then when we come back, we know that this is what we had planned to spend, and then this is what we have actually spent, so that we know that if we have indeed done well or we need to do more. So I'm humbly requesting that we get a budget which will be presented to all members so that we can all agree on that this is what we are going to do for the next financial year. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Before the team, I want to get one question from those online. So, Farm Theophilus Ankra says, Director of the Ghana College of Pharmacists in her address on Wednesday mentioned finances as one of their challenges. Why do we have so much money in our books on behalf of the Ghana College of Pharmacists?
Thank you. I think we can take the questions. Mr. Treasurer, are you ready to respond to the finance question?
Okay, thank you very much. So the first one has to do with page 16, where Ernest wanted to find out the breakdown for the others for trade and other receivables. I will simply say just like a sundry income. You know, we trade with other people, so sometimes some income arise from those kind of contingency or sundry incomes. So obviously, it's just like the ones for the other sundry expenses or income. We expect some kind of income from our traders that we trade with. And then for the payables of 130,000, it's the members stand for those who are not in good standing, and then we expect that they will have to be paying us. That is one. And then secondly, some gospel members do have sponsorship from their organizations, and they pre-finance their AGM into the accounts of the society. And so we have that arrangement with them that after the AGM, we would have to also refund all those payments to them. So these are the two components that constitute the members. And then I think the other one has to do with presenting a budget to the AGM. The Constitution requires that the Honorary Treasurer presents statement of accounts to every sitting of the governing board. And since this is one of the sitting of the governing board, we're supposed to present statement of account because the budget must first of all be submitted to governing board for review, and then based on that we get approval to expend. That is why we felt that presenting the financial statement as mandated by the Constitution would have been enough. But I think I have learned that it will also be important for us to make references to the budget whilst we are presenting the financial statement. That cannot be out of place, and I've taken note of that. Maybe next year we can just make just highlight on our projected budget for 2020, and then we can look at the actuals. I think it makes sense. So it is well noted.
Thank you. Let me add to the issue of the budget. We have a financial year running from 1st January to 31st December. What we presented is the account for last year, 2021. 1st January to 31st December 2021. By the time we come to an AGM, which is in September, if we are to present a budget for the following year to members for approval, there will be a technical problem. What happens in an election year? The outgoing executives prepare their budget and present to AGM to be approved for the new executives to take over and work with the budget. Because we come to AGM, we present this account in September, October. Then afterwards, what happens is that we have to present the budget to governing board. So the governing board meets in November, December, purposely to look at the budget. And the governing board, according to our constitution, is the representative of our members. So they review the budget. Then on quarterly basis, as the treasurer said, and even media report of the budget, they have it as to how the deviations are, where we are going. So continuously on quarterly basis, these are being reviewed by the governing board of the Pharmaceutical Society of Ghana. What I think we should do, even though constitutionally we are not mandated, is it probably as we hear, we are just giving you what happened last year, but you have no idea what has happened between January and now. And at this time, auditors cannot look at our account until it is complete. If we have to give you something like an unaudited account for this particular year, or the management account of half year, to give you an idea what has happened between January and June, for me, I think, like it happens in most management organizations, then you have an idea before finally the audited report will come out. Otherwise, what we'll be doing is that you always get to know of the issues 1 year after, which is what happens usually with PSGH. But it's an issue that has to be cured by the constitution of PSGH. So that's what I'll add to what the Honorable Treasurer just made mention of. Now, I think he mentioned the investment income, if there could be narrative. I think that is something that we should be able to do. Even if it is not captured in the financial report here, the Treasurer's report should be able to tell us that the investment income, this is coming from the building fund, this is aligned to advocacy fund, this is aligned to this particular fund. Then we clearly know where the investment income are coming from. So we'll take notice of that and ensure that our next presentation, you would capture it. On the project incomes 2021, where you mentioned that the figure was 2021 was far lower than 2020. Also well taken note of. I'm sure those who listened to my speech, we said that this year, Global Fund has already given us 315,000 Ghana cedis based on the proposal we wrote. And just this month, before this AGM, or last month, we have sent how many proposals? We've done about 3 different proposals to various stakeholders or various organizations on various projects. So as for the funding, we are looking for them. We have so many of them. Some of the projects we are doing under the strategic fund, we are waiting for organizations, waiting for sponsorship. Maybe the Global Fund we have, but the other organizations that we are also pleading with them to make some funding available to support us in some of the activities we are carrying out. So we are looking at it, and the Deputy Executive Secretary will attest to the fact that he is actually under a lot of pressure on that. That let's send out the proposals, let's ask development partners to help us in the things that we do. And we've succeeded at least to get a 315,000 Ghana cedis for the COVID-19 antigen testings at the various community pharmacies. And we hope that by the end of the year, hopefully we should get another funding, especially to support the small-scale manufacturing. We know that there's an organization we are working on to help us to get the funding, to help us to train pharmacists who would want to go into small-scale manufacturing. We haven't gotten the final results yet, so we cannot mention. Yeah, so we'll look at it. Trade payables by, okay. On the issue of Ghana College of Pharmacy having funds, but yet the director's report indicated clearly that they are in need of funds. That is definitely true. But just to know that the fund is an endowment fund, so the funds have to go into an investment, and the returns of the investment is what is made available to the Ghana College. And there is an MOU between Pharmaceutical Society of Ghana and the Ghana College as to how the funds will be utilized. It is not everything that the funds can be used for. That was an MOU that was signed before we assumed office. We haven't even reviewed it. And there's also a board of trustees to manage the funding. So as and when request comes and it fits into the general framework, or I would say if it fits into the various modalities that were set out or terms under the MOU, we will discharge it accordingly. So that's one thing you can be guaranteed of. It is a fund that we have to benefit from the returns to be able to support the Ghana College. And we are still in discussions on various areas where we could use the fund. So that's what I would say about. Then I'm sure I've noticed the strategic plan review. Yes, we do agree. And that is something that we would have to look at. 10 years and it's coming to an end. We don't need to wait for the strategic plan to come to an end. And in the next 1 year of our tenure, we would make sure that we get a review of our strategic plan, especially based on the new innovations, new trends, like you mentioned, the young pharmacist group and all that. Their interests will have to be captured in the new strategic plan. So by the time we come for the next AGM, we would have a new strategic plan at hand for members to know. Maybe this time we wouldn't do 10-year strategic plan. We may do a shorter strategic plan, like 5 years. instead of the 10-year strategic plan. 5 years, and after then it could be reviewed after 5 years. Yes, do you have anything to say on all the questions? Farmer Gold, is there a question on that? 3 years to respond to the Farmer Gold.
There was a question from online on when the Farmer Gold investment will be released to shareholders and their beneficiaries. The Farmer Gold preceded some of us. I think it was established in 1985 around when the society, I think, celebrated its golden jubilee. That's why it was called Farmer Gold. The PSJ itself has some investment in that. I think some years back at the AGM, we tried constituting a meeting of the shareholders so that they can take a decision. PSJ is just holding that fund in trust for the trustees. But we all know that the trustees hold it in trust for the members of the Farmer Gold, which includes the PSJ, which has, I think, the largest investment in that. It has been invested, it's an investment, and if the fund owners or the constituent AGM and take a decision, I think the president and the governing board will look at it, and because the releasing the fund will be first collecting it from the investment and then writing the check or releasing it to a particular, it's a registered entity. The Farmer Gold is a registered entity, so I think the president and the SEC and GB will look at that when the request comes. Thank you.
Thank you, but I don't think we can go ahead and do anything with the Farmer Gold. There are still members or shareholders of the Farmer Gold. So we need to sit with them. They should tell us what we should do. It is their funds. For SPHH is holding it. So they need to let us know exactly what they want us to do, whether we should bring the funds out and now do the disbursement. They need to leave our books. Until then, it will be difficult for us because the money doesn't belong to us. We are just holding it on behalf of the Farmer Gold Trust, the shareholders. I also want to touch, I left out the strategic plan. The question was, how do you ensure that the various practice groups and others, their interests have been captured? The strategic plan is a plan, but when it comes to implementation, we had about 2 or 3 days workshop on it, and all the practice groups had their members present. So we are executing a strategic plan that our own members, each of the practice groups was supposed to give us a member each. Is it a member or two? A member each from the practice group. And they all have a component of the strategic plan that they have to execute at their level. And there are those that we are executing it at the national level on behalf of the entire society. And they have a mandate to execute some part themselves. But they will tell you that these are the priority areas for us in the next 2 years. So the good thing about a plan is a guide. But when it gets to the implementation, if there are new things, there are new development, and you want to introduce or capture it, we can easily do it when it gets to implementations. That is why it is called a plan. But the implementation is the tactical, what we call the tactical implementation, when it gets to the tactics, how to implement the plan. There you can always take into consideration what is happening, the new development, the new technologies, all the innovations. And therefore, when we met for the 2 to 3 days, that was exactly what we did. Make sure that we capture the inputs of all the practice groups before we moved into implementation of the strategic plan. So we rest assured that we took into consideration the interests of all the practice groups and what they want to do.
Yes. So, Mr. President, there's an online question. You have permission to answer it. Okay. Dr. Akweni, please.
My name is Bernard J. Quenin, 3555. Mr. President, I must commend you and SEC for the advocacy. It's really working, and coming from HEFRA, I know you guys are doing a lot. I have 2 questions. The first one is on page 15 of the audited budget. I see an item line of ID cards, 35,000. And me, for one, I did not get an ID card, even though I applied. I wanted to know the number of ID cards we expected to receive and how did we arrive at 35,000, because people have actually called thinking I'm still a society, asking about the ID card. Then on the subscription, which is also on the administrative cost, the 40,000 a colleague asked earlier, I understand is the website, our online account system, and Zoom and other things. I would appreciate if we can have a breakdown, because I know we use Zoom in our office, so the maximum 1,000 to 5,000, we are paying just around $750 a year, and we are doing online hosting of our website, which is costing us about $800 a year. So that's $1,500. Maximum to our dollar rate now is $15,000 a year. So if we are having 40,000, I would also appreciate if we can get a breakdown. Thank you very much.
Selom Amigo, registration number 5608, Farm D House Officer. My first question is, considering the situation that pharmacy house officers have been through for the last 4 years, especially with the peculiar situation with our current year, what is the way forward for our juniors who are yet to complete school? And what can we as a society do for these students who are yet to graduate to ensure that they get the right things done for them at the right time, and also to ensure that their lives are not delayed on the basis of no clearance to work? The second question is, I think this is to the whole house. We do not understand why, when it comes to the Pharmacy Council, any concerns that are expressed are met with a paternalistic approach, mostly in the form of threats. And we have had situations where even some of our senior colleagues that we work with, when we express our grievances, will tell us it is normal. We went through that 20 years ago. You are just new people. You get used to it. Is it a thing that for pharmacists, we want generations to turn out to be yes men or not? We don't seem to understand that. And the last one is there any strategic plan in place for job security for pharmacists, especially the young ones? Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Retta, your full name and registration number.
Thank you, Mr. President, for your presentations and that of your council. My name of your board. My name is Yvonne Yirinchua Isiku, 1575. I stand here as rector of the Ghana College of Pharmacists. And on the endowment fund, Mr. President, you mentioned that the collection will be over. We're in the 3rd year, and so that will be it. At the college, our expectation was that it was 3 years for every pharmacist, and not necessarily 3 years, and that is it. And so if that is not the understanding, then we will request that it is a motion is moved. Perhaps I could stand here and move that motion, that it is 3 years for every pharmacist. So once you finish paying the 3 years, that is it. but all new pharmacists who will come on board will also pay for the 3 years, because that was our understanding. As every pharmacist, hopefully, or most pharmacists will hopefully benefit from the college. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think we'll discuss it and see.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
Can you, the first question on the subscriptions?
On the ID cards.
The ID cards, yes. Can
Okay.
you handle that for us?
So the ID cards decision came on the back of the COVID lockdown. So the governing board afterwards took the decision to use the SS, some of the SS funds. So you see that it's captured under AGM expenditure, right? Was it? Okay, but the decision was that we use part of that, the previous year's AGM expenses, to produce ID cards for free for members. But it was limited to a period. It was not ad infinitum. It was to end. I've forgotten when the deadline. So that it forced members to go online and then request for the ID cards, upload their pictures. So we created a portion or a part of the website where you can then request the website, upload your picture, and then it is printed. It was a high quality ID cards which has security features. So we wanted members to quickly go and then have them. This was at the back of the fact that we had tried it before, doing ID cards, which ended up being still at the PSGH office. People request, but they never collect them. So subsequently, a decision was taken the next time that the Pharmacy Council should rather administer the ID cards. But people then requested for the ID cards, came to request for them in person, but never returned to pick them up. So they only requested for them when they needed them, but after, when probably found a way to deal with the situation that prompted the need, they forgot about the ID cards. So we still have ID cards in the PSGH office that dates back to, I think, 90s or early 2000s, signed by President Frank Boateng, because people never collected them. So this, when the governing board took decision, it was to the fact that those in Accra will collect from the PSGH office, but in the regions, we will send them to the regional chairs, but as and when you order them at a particular time. I remember when the new SEC came into power and the committees were being formed, President was deliberate to add new pharmacists, young ones, to get the experience. One lady came to the office as part of a committee and then said their members were asking about their ID cards. ID cards has been printed, emails sent to members, text messages sent, but they never came for them. But when the lady collected hers and put it on their platform, the following day, we had a lot of people coming for the ID cards. So the ID cards were printed for during a particular period. But now you can order it, but you pay yourself. So it's still there. The other thing is that people upload pictures that cannot be really used for the ID card. Some are crop pictures. So the producers come back to you, the producer of the ID card, and they ask you to upload. Some have failed to do that. So that's the situation on the ID card. Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay. The next question. Yeah, let me take for the PharmD 2021 class. Yes, about the way forward for the new PharmD class. I like the fact that you are not thinking about your class anymore, because your class has suffered for 7 to 8 months. You have not been paid. You don't have appointment letters. But you are here now asking on behalf of those after you. The truth of the matter is that the governing board of the PSGH, as well as the governing board of the Pharmacy Council, both have taken decisions on that until we get financial clearances, we will not, the Pharmacy Council would not post pharmacists. So if it takes the government 6 months, it takes the government 4 months, whatever number of months it takes, even if it's a year, unfortunately, the pharmacists will not be posted. We do not want to get into this situation anymore. However, what we can do now is to start working on this way ahead of time, knowing very well that the thing is going to delay. So the Pharmacy Council, unfortunately, PSGH cannot do that. We would have to ensure, the only thing we can do is to collaborate and ensure that Pharmacy Council will send a list to the Ministry of Health. Follow up, use all the advocacy that we can do, especially having personalities like Auntie Martha, Madam Joyce Naziz, and that who know the Ministry of Health system to ensure that it moves from the Ministry of Health to Ministry of Finance. That's another thing. So that's all we need to do. Use a lot of advocacy to follow up to ensure that they get a financial clearance and are posted. If we are able to give ourselves a target of 3 months, that we can get that done for them in 3 months after they finish their internship or after they have been inducted, that will be good news for all of us. So we are working with a target of 3 months because this is a government system we don't control. There is a lot of bureaucracies. It has to move from Pharmacy Council, go to Ministry of Health, go to Ministry of Finance. So this is what we can say. That is what we can do on our side. On the issue of threats from Pharmacy Council members and others, it's just unfortunate that pharmacists who want to speak out would be subjected to that. I mean, it shouldn't happen. But when such threats do come to you, there's a reason why you belong to the Pharmaceutical Society of Ghana. So when you are threatened by pharmacist A or Mr. A or Mr. B at the regulatory authority, please kindly forward that to the Pharmaceutical Society of Ghana. The worst case scenario is that your president is a member of the Pharmacy Council Governing Board. The issue will be taken up there if they need be, because it shouldn't happen. But it should not be mere allegation. You should not just be talking about it. That maybe there was threat here. We've all heard about it. But no one has come forward to report anyone to us. So as far as we're concerned, we'll say that it doesn't exist. Even though some of the younger pharmacists are saying that they are being threatened by some authorities in the Pharmacy Council. But if you report to us, we will make sure that we deal with it accordingly. At the same time, through the chairperson of the Governing Board of the Pharmacy Council, we would ensure that the staff or this will not continue. In short, we will try and address the issue so that it will not continue in order to allow the young pharmacists to be able to practice their profession in peace without so much threat. There is, what strategic plan do we have in place for job security? I don't want to be brutally frank, but the fact about it is that job security is a difficult one. Yesterday I was at one of the settlements where everybody is talking about it, especially if we are talking about job security. Then we need to have control in the numbers that are being produced by the schools. But if today the pharmacy schools decide to produce 1,000 pharmacists a year or 2,000 pharmacists a year, PSGH cannot guarantee job security. So once again, we need to find a way of regulating the number of pharmacists that are being trained and coming out. That we need to do it. Who has the responsibility to control that? It comes back to our regulator. So we would have to petition the regulator, we would have to do advocacy, collaborate with them to ensure that the numbers are regulated. It's only when the numbers are regulated that we know that maybe we can guarantee jobs for them. Otherwise, it will be very difficult. And we listened to the motion. It was how many hours? 3 to 4 hours here. The issue was discussed exhaustively. I mean, somebody will say that it was over-discussed. And I believe that right here, we would all be able to make a decision. Is it a gold mine, or do we see the numbers coming out as a land mine? We've had a debate. If we want to take a decision on it, for us to proactively start working on it, that will be for us, all of us, to decide. But we have given the platform, it has discussed. The future is not good if we continue with this trend. The college, I must be honest with you, the very motion that set up the college fund, we had to go and pick it up. I know very well the pharmacists who moved the motion on the date and how it was captured. We had to review it. And for us as SEC, when we realized I was coming to the end of the third year, it's something that we looked at. And the issue that you raised came up, and it was quite clear based on the motion here, and also based on legal advice we got that we cannot let every pharmacist who comes out be paying for 3 years. The motion was let's pay for 3 years from a particular date. Once the 3 years elapses, that should be the end. And that is how we understand it based on the legal advice that we also got. And we actually looked at that AGM motion. So if a new motion has to come in place, then it means that we need to prepare a new motion. Every pharmacist will have to pay. It has to be a completely independent motion that we need to look at. But the old motion will not allow for that. That is what our understanding, based on what we saw or what we read according to the AGM proceedings.
So, Mr. President, should I want Mr. Chairman to give me the permission. Let's move on. Okay. Professor Ejare, please. Oh, sorry. Oh. Yes. Yes.
I think it's Norway. Good afternoon. My name is George Ebubuatin. My number is 713. Sorry to take you back to the Pharmagold, episode. During the time Pharmagold was incorporated, I was the secretary for Mascara Society when Mr. Ohimenu was the president and the late Mr. Jemfi was the vice president. And we signed for the Pharmagold to be incorporated. And this thing has been going on and on, that those people concerned are supposed to come out and pick it up and disburse the money or all sort of things. What I want to say is that if you go through the archives, you'll get to know all the names of the people who signed to incorporate the Pharmagold. And we are ready to all come together to settle this matter once and for all. Because some are going out. Mr. Jemfi is no more, so you cannot get him to answer for that. But I know Mr. Ohimenu is there. I'm there, and some other members are also there. So please, go through the archives, fish out the names, and call us. Definitely we will come and try to see and sort it out. Other than that, every year it will continue to be recurring without any, ending to whatever that members want you to do. So please, we are available. Call us, we will come. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Boateng. I think I will also suggest this way, since that some of you, your members are present, that you come together and just write to PSG that you are the representatives of the shareholders, and all the funds can be released to you, and just give us maybe we can get a legal document that would make sure that PSG is cleared. Then you could look for all the other members, their relatives, or the survivors, and make the funds disbursed to them. But the difficulty for us now is that to find the relatives of all these members, but it will be easier done by your end. So once we can get yourself, past president or Ohimenu, and few others to be the representative that can just sign it off, then we can trust you that you would also do justice to that. Then we end the chapter, because it will be very difficult for us to go finding all the survivors or the beneficiaries of these funds. So we can work it out. So you could be their representatives, PHJs will meet with you, will get some basic legal documentations, and the funds are released to you. Then you would have to look for them and make the necessary disbursements. Once in future, nobody will come back to Pharmaceutical Society of Ghana that will still have some funds with you, or maybe our late dad had some funds with you and we are coming for it. Because it's been a challenge over the years, but that could be a very easy way of also solving it. Then the responsibility will be with the present or existing shareholders of Pharmagold. Thank you. That will be very good for us because we can give you the name. We have that we can do for you. Then you form a committee, get all the members together. Then afterwards we'll be able to solve the problem once and for all. Yes, I hope you've taken notice of that. Yeah, let's get the full document of all the shareholders and make them available to Mr. Boateng. Yes.
Thank you very much. Mr. President, honorable board members, good afternoon once again. I have a submission on the job security we were speaking about. You know, when you go to some of our facilities in our regions, we can see that we lack the personnel. And you go to certain facilities, we see the nurses doing the work of the pharmacy, or let's say dispensing of drugs. So as much as we want to regulate the number of pharmacies which are being produced into the system, my submission is if we can empower the pharmacy technicians, because when they come to our program, we are all in the same room with them. If we can empower these pharmacy technicians to take over those areas where nurses are dispensing drugs and then doing other activities. I even recently heard that they were pushing for what do you call it? Is it a law to be given as dispensing nurses or something of that sort? So it's my plea to the board, try as much as possible to empower the pharmacists who are coming out to make sure that they are secured in all the various hospitals. We have pharmacists working, we have pharmacy technicians also working, and then in all areas where there are no pharmacy technicians, we can advocate and then they even move to CHIP compound and take care of our drugs. Thank you very much.
Okay. Yes. So we'll be doing one. Okay, the second question. Yes.
Good afternoon, executives and colleagues. My name is Dr. Sefa Bidiaku, number 4050. I would like to commend the executives and the president for the entrepreneurship initiative. But there's also a fundamental issue that I'm not exactly sure how we are tackling it. It also boils down to the job security. If you look at the ownership of some of our retail pharmacies, we have non-pharmacists coming in with business ideas and hiring pharmacists to operate for them. Years ago, I remember if any businessman could enter pharmaceutical business, it was allowed, but the pharmacists had 50+1 shares in that particular establishment. Now that businessmen are coming into the pharmacy and taking it away from us, my question is, what are we doing to secure the future of the profession and our jobs? Thank you.
Thank you. That's the chairman of the Ghana Health Service. So he's one of the policy makers as far as the profession is concerned. Welcome for your contribution.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sorry, I didn't mention my name. I am Robert Hayford, number 5440. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. President. Once again, as part of the Mr. Thomas Boateng PJ's led administration, a number of some structural designs and architectural designs were done for the Secretariat. But I realized that what the current committee chair presented is entirely different. I did some background check and realized that Professor Dodo's time too, some designs were done. So that meaning that every president who comes is going to develop a new plan. That is the pattern which we are going to follow. I don't think this is progressive. So, Mr. President, if you could kindly provide the reasons why you changed Mr. Apiaje's designs. It's not him who did it. It's the board and then the General Assembly in Sunyani that approved it. Some videos were presented and we were all excited. So only to come and find out that it is totally changed is a little bit worrying. And then my last point is, it looks as if the Deputy Executive Secretary is playing 3 roles. A Deputy Executive Secretary, Strategic Plan Manager, and then Acting Editor. I'm pleading. I think he's going to break down. So kindly also relieve him of some of the duties. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, we take. Yeah. Oh, you can. Let's have your question.
Good afternoon, Mr. President and Chairman again. On the ID cards, my question was, how many ID cards were we expecting and how did we arrive at the 35,000? That was the question. So if you can give me that clarity.
Okay. So the question, can you be brief and answer it?
So it's the ID card, the cost was 35 cedis per one. So if it's 35,000, then it's 10,000 ID cards.
Thank you. Yes, since we've come back to the job security, let me also take advantage to tell you what we are doing on the job security. It's not like we haven't realized it. First, to start with, we have the Regulatory and Employment Committee. One of the things we are trying to address is to make sure that we create employment for our pharmacists. And currently, as we are here, we are going out, doing all the needed monitoring to see what is the real situation on the ground. Do we really have pharmacists in the pharmacies? Both in the mornings and in the evenings. We've started in Accra and we'll be going to these places. Once we're done with this research work, the finding will be quite clear that the current situation on the ground is that these pharmacies don't have pharmacists working in the pharmacies, both mornings and evenings. You could visit about 30 pharmacies and it will surprise you that you won't get more than 5 pharmacists sometimes in the morning in a particular area. And in the evenings you have the situation improving. The data is there. I don't know whether members would want to see what the preliminary data that we have. We feel that if regulation is enforced, it will solve most of the problems we are talking about, because the pharmacists will be forced to be employed. How are we going to solve it? Either the pharmacy council cracks the whip using administrative fees. What we are doing, we can't crack the whip. All we can do is to charge the pharmacist for professional misconduct, because we have found out that you are the superintendent pharmacist of a particular pharmacy and you have abandoned your responsibilities. That we can hold you before the District Committee of the Pharmaceutical Society of Ghana and charge you with the necessary professional misconduct. From there, we will take it up. And I believe that we will do all that for members to see that we are indeed serious about this. Why do you open pharmacies and not have pharmacists present in the pharmacies? Once they see that there's something being done, then we know for sure that pharmacies will be keen to keep pharmacists. People will do 2 things. Either because they are punished, they would work, or would reinforce a particular behavior for 2 reasons. Either they are punished for not exhibiting the behavior or not doing something, or they are rewarded for doing something. So once they see a kind of punishment, we think that would work. The second one is also to ensure that when they work, they are well paid. It is one of the reasons why we are introducing the professional service fees. If you are in your pharmacy and you are working and someone walks to you and you crack the patient weight loss and you advise the patient on even dietary, what you should do, exercise, the number of calories you should take, what you have to do to weight loss, without necessarily selling medicine, can you charge the patient for that? When someone walks to you and you read the medicines that the patient is on, you don't necessarily need to sell to that patient. The patient might have just gone to a hospital to pick all those medications. Your job is to do the medication therapy review. You can charge that patient for that. When we do that, it means that we are also improving revenue. So 2 things we are trying to do here. Ensure that those who don't go to the pharmacies are punished. At the same time, those who are working should also see that when they go to work, they get a sense of fulfillment and they are rewarded for that effort they put in. We think when we put these 2 things in, we'll get the pharmacist being made to stay in the pharmacy. But an owner will see clear value of the pharmacist. That when you are here, I don't only sell my medicines, but you are here also to provide a certain service, which even brings an extra revenue to us. And that extra revenue would be shared in whatever ratio that will come up with in the implementation between the pharmacist and the pharmacy owner, will be an extra income for the pharmacist. So the job security is a holistic approach, but regulation is going to be key. And therefore, we also need a regulator to be able to apply the sanctions, which is to give the administrative fines. And I believe Parliament has approved those administrative fines. Said that when the pharmacy council today walks into a pharmacy and there's no pharmacist, they don't need to bring it to their discipline committee, 1,000 Ghana cedis pay. They come next week, no pharmacist, 1,000. If in a month they go to that particular pharmacy 5 times and the pharmacy pays 5,000 Ghana cedis, the following month you go and hire a pharmacist. Locum. So these things, when we do, we will have discipline and can guarantee a certain job security. But it means that we are calling for a change. All of us here must embrace the change, that we can't just allow it to happen. You can't register for a pharmacy that you don't even know where the pharmacy exists. People meet pharmacy owners at pharmacy council to go and take money in advance, their lump sum, and they sign for the pharmacy owner without necessarily knowing where the pharmacy is even established. That is a reality that some pharmacists are doing. And do we want that to continue? After you have signed for the pharmacy owner, the whole year MCAs will continue to run. The next year you come and take again, leave the pharmacy opened. Is that what we want? I have said it at the pharmacy governing board meeting that I believe every pharmacy should be able to use a license wherever you practice. That I will defend the position. But the problem is that when you are not there, you must have a locum. So when we come and there's no locum, that's superintendent pharmacists who put the license there and it's not available should suffer for that. If we all agree on that, we can create the needed job for the young pharmacists and the future pharmacists coming. Because almost every pharmacy would end up employing 2 pharmacists based on the shift they work. And if you're employing 2 pharmacists, it means that the pharmacists who are in school are guaranteed jobs. So it's just about fixing regulation, and some of these things can be in place. And regulation can be fixed, like we talked about, through various means. Some of them will be the sanctions and the disciplinary measures that we would have to. I know a number of pharmacists will not be happy because we know ourselves. Some pharmacists own their pharmacies and they themselves don't go. They've left their pharmacies for MCAs. It's not only businessmen. The pharmacists themselves, some too are doing it. And we are picking the data. The fact is that PHJ strategic team is working. We are going out there and picking the data, and we know it. And we did it with the approval of the Pharmacy Council, that as part of self-regulation, we want to self-regulate ourselves. So we want to see what our members are doing. And the vice president here knows that his discipline committee will have to start working, because he needs to start writing pharmacists to appear before the discipline committee of the Pharmaceutical Society of Ghana to come and explain why they are superintendent facilities and they don't step there and they are not seen, because we've been there 4 or 5 times and the person was not there. And when these things happen, they will know that yes, indeed, things will have to change. If you don't go there, we don't have a problem, but get a local pharmacist. That's all we are asking for. So, colleagues, do we agree that we need this regulatory enforcement? The room is a bit quiet. Is that what we need for this profession to move forward and create jobs for the future? The yes is not strong. I don't see it. I mean, does it mean we are not willing to change? Please, let's go to why we changed the design. That question would be answered. I think there were reasons for changing of the design. I was a member of the pharmacy building committee, so I know a lot. I was in there. We had the designs, AGM approved it. The plan was huge, mega plan. A society with 4 million Ghana cedis sitting in a pharmacy endowment fund who wants to embark on a project which is 65 million Ghana cedis at that time. The value that when the analysis was done, an update on it is quite a difficult one. And I think when we costed it, it was about $50 million. So we went out to look for funding. We were looking for financiers. We developed the business plan. The business plan was to ensure, to tell them that this project will bring in a lot of revenue to pay for the loan. And a loan of about $30 to $50 million then. The reality on the ground, you multiplied it by 10 Ghana cedis today. Is it feasible? So what we have done is to downscale the project. For example, the housing facility was supposed to be 90 rooms. Now you have a 30 rooms. A very simple guest house, 30 rooms. Any pharmacist who comes to Accra to work wants to sleep in the pharmacy house. You go there, you are in your pharmacy house. We have our governing board meeting. All the governing board members who are coming from the regions can comfortably stay in 30-room guest house. The auditorium of 3,000, 3,500 that we wanted to do 3,000. Let's face reality. Our numbers are growing. It will be a time if we are doing fiscal AGM. That auditorium was 2,500. We may have outgrown that auditorium size. And AGMs, how many times do we do them in Accra that we will not have such a facility in Accra? Possibly to do AGM once every 3 years or once every 4 years in Accra, and the investment involved. So what we have decided is to just have a conference facility, which will allow CPP, GOSPA, anybody who wants to do a conference, run a conference anywhere, can come there and use the conference facilities. That one, revenues will be coming in frequently. Some can even use it for receptions, weddings, social events, something that is practical that will bring us revenue. You can split the conference room into 400, 200, even though when you open it, maximum number may be 400 to 500, which is good for Greater Accra to hold their meetings, fiscal meetings. And when you want to break it into smaller groups, you can do. That is what we have. And this project is coming at $3 million. So please look at the difference in cost. We have phased it out. So with a little bit of support, we can finish one of the phases with what we have now. If we have about 5 million Ghana cedis in the building fund, and we're able to go out there either to raise loan or to wherever we can get the fund, get some 10 or 11 million, the guest house is done. So you come to the pharmacy project house, at least one phase is done. This is very realistic for us. And that is why the building committee thought it more prudent that we should review and downsize it. And it may interest you to know that pharmacist Thomas PAJ, our past president, is a member of the pharmacy building committee himself. So these are the times. Reality has dawned on us and we need to change it. And that is why we are making the big change. So once we get the approval from this AGM, we will show you the plan. As we've shown you, we will take a motion. Once you agree to this one, means that the old decision of AGM does not hold, and this will become the AGM decision. Then straight away we can now go and get a bidding permit and start the construction with what we have, whilst the committee is charged to look for extra resources to ensure that we complete at least one of the phases. Because now it's more realistic. A project that is costing you 10, 11 million cedis, phase 1, you have 5 million Ghana cedis. I'm sure TSO will even help us to complete it. When we call on him that we need him to give us some special funds to do it. All right, thank you.
So, Mr. President, let's do the motion. Who is moving the So, please, so this is the last round of questions that we are taking so that we move on to GB decisions that are being brought for the ratification of the House. So let me see those who still want to ask questions. So the last 4. So stand behind each last 4, and that's it. So we have 1 already, 2, and then 1 more coming. So that's it. Thank you very much. So please, you join so that
Good afternoon.
Your name and then your registration.
My name is Richard Kojo Arthur. My registration number is 3666. And first of all, I would like to apologize to the House because I have violated one of the rules or the laws by taking that kind of lump sum of money for a year charge as a pharmacist about 3 or 4 years back the line. And I would want to actually find out the kind of negotiation that a pharmacist who is going into agreement to register or superintend a new facility, wholesale or retail community pharmacy that's yet to be approved. Because I seem to have a problem about the fact that I don't know the terms, the conditions prescribed, as in how I should negotiate, because till the facilities approved, it's as if the preceptor is to I'm not supposed to take anything from the. I'm not supposed to be paid any wages. But sometimes the approval will take like a year, and I'm asking, how should a pharmacist survive till the approval? Because we are talking about job security, and at the end of the year, dues are supposed to be paid, or ultimately supposed to be paid. And I want to find out, how should a pharmacist negotiate in terms of wages when there's a pending approval for a facility that the pharmacists have gone agreement with the preceptor to have in place.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Papayao Ejekum Ado, and my number is 4974. My question to the governing board and the executives is this. A few years ago, we had a communique from the Pharmacy Council talking about how we're phasing out the B Farm into the Farm D. And I think they gave the entire institution or association a timeline of 10 years. And I think that 10-year period was for us to migrate from B Farm to Farm D. I think the communication has been lost to time. And I wanted us to be informed again what really happens after that 10-year period. Would it mean that people that are still under the B Farm bracket will not be able to license pharmacies? What are the ramifications of that time period after it elapses? I think that communication has been lost.
Thank you.
And the second one is, pardon? Thank you. And then I think the second question from my gentleman, Mr. Pablo, is, what is the HEFRA doing to absorb pharmacists into the hospital system? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm Benjamin Nikwe. My number is 879. This AGM.
Uncle Ben, we can't hear you.
Okay, I said this AGM has been good, especially when we're talking about the debate on whether we should produce more pharmacists or not. The question of producing, we know we don't have control. The universities need money, so they would open up the recruitment of students to train. So pharmacy production will continue. The issue is that when we produce them, where will they find employment? The records are clear that we have the Ghana Health Service or the ministry willing to employ, and we have the private sector made up of the community, REPI, manufacturing, or other places. There's talk about some of us trying to upgrade or learn some other things so that we can add on prescription review, vaccination. But please, we all acknowledge that the primary work all over the world for a pharmacist is to receive prescription and dispense appropriately. So you go to the US, you go to UK, that is the main work. Any other thing becomes an add-on. Now, in those countries like US and UK, we know that policy ensures that the pharmacy finds work in receiving prescriptions to dispense. So I haven't traveled to UK or US, but what I'm told that their system requires that the primary caregivers, who are the doctors who have opened what we call family doctor surgeries or clinics, are not allowed to dispense. So generally what happens is that you go to see him, you want medication, he will write a prescription, and you assess this. In this country, it's the reverse. We see prescriptions being generated and dispensed in the facilities that prescribe them. And this is what has deprived the community pharmacies of the prescriptions that normally should be what we should be doing. Now, I have here the July
Please, in view of time, can you summarize?
Yeah, okay.
We are running out of time.
I'm sorry, thank you.
It's separation of services you are talking about.
Well, we are not really talking, yes, so, but not really the case. Because separation of service is such a big thing, with money to talk about it at many places, it doesn't sit well with the government or our friend doctors. Look, the NHI, which is the paying entity, all right, has created what we call the NHI medicine list. And my question is that, how much of the monies that are paid on this list comes to community pharmacy? Please, let's explore that. So what we are suggesting is that, please, if we can go to, find an advocacy group that can let government understand that, look, majority of the pharmacies that come out are employed by the community. And therefore, the government needs to look at it and find how to create a demand for them so that they too can make income. And then all this hula baloo about handling license and things, because people are not satisfied in sitting there. So we are saying that they should look at the NHI list. This year, July, they separated the list into midwifery, district hospital, facility with a doctor, facility with a doctor. There was nothing for community pharmacy. So if they could create a list for community pharmacy so that all these facilities will know that if they claim those medications, NHI will not pay. A big demand will be made for community pharmacies to dispense NHI medicines, and immediately we will have a change in the way we work, the joy that we have in receiving prescriptions and serving, and then all the income issues that we are having to because. So please, we're suggesting that NHI, if they could create a list.
Okay, thank you. Please.
Thank you.
Please be brief.
I'll be very brief. My name is William Ofori, William Delali Ofori, number 1174. Just in brief, this whole conversation started in 2014 in Koforidua, when we started advocating for a paradigm shift. But I would like to start by endorsing what the president said. Between 2014 Koforidua and now, we've moved from the old to the new normal. The world is post-COVID. So all plans change. To me, the president has made very solid points. Let's all go behind the president and make sure that within certain timelines that we can all agree on, we can set certain KPIs, be doers, and be able to account for our results. Yesterday, I ran parallel to session 2, and I think that the issue of jobs for pharmacists, like the president said, it is both a policy and an action thing. To me, separation of services, whether doctors can prescribe, it's neither here nor there, or dispense, it's neither here nor there. If you're a doctor, you run a clinic and a pharmacy, and you want to dispense, employ a pharmacist. We will get 2,000 new jobs for pharmacists straight away. Now talking about the former speaker who said about the negotiation and so on, I think I'll be brutally honest here, as my boss used to tell me. Too many of us, I'll put in quotes, the younger pharmacists, have too much, and nobody's bold enough to say it, but a sense of entitlement. Let's be honest. If my pharmacy is having a turnover of 1,000 cedis a day, I can't pay you 1,002. If you can move that to 4,000, instead of the 1,002 you are requesting, I can give you 2,000. When we are in negotiation, we should also be able to tell what we are bringing to the table. If you can't bring anything to the table, sorry, I can't give you what you want. If you can bring more to the table than I require, you will get a bonus. And that is how productive companies do. In a place like Microsoft, your salary can be $1,000 and your bonus can be $100,000, depending on what you offer and what you do. Same with Apple. Same with all the companies that are leading the world. Let us start bringing performance bonuses and KPIs into the system, not sense of entitlement. Your degree doesn't mean anything if you can't deliver. Thank you.
Thank you. I think this is not a question. These are contributions that we all have to take up. to help us. Just, I think we are wrapping up with the questions. Unless there are online questions, we can take that as well. Yeah, we don't have online questions. Then let's attempt to respond to the question. I think it's quite clear that we need to still come back to regulation. If regulation is enforced, we would be able to get the prescriptions. What it means that most private hospitals and clinics that have not been licensed and do not have pharmacists present, if we can push for that regulation through HEFRA and Pharmacy Council to make sure that that is done. One, if they employ the pharmacists, it means that employment, they've created employment for pharmacists. If every hospital and clinic stocking medicines today are all to employ pharmacists, at least it creates jobs for our people. If they do not have it, they should let their prescriptions go to community pharmacies. These will be two ways that we could look at it from what we've listened. So it comes down to regulation. And based on all these discussions, we need to be able to say that at the end of this AGM, one of the resolutions that we are coming up with that we want the Pharmacy Council and HEFRA to tighten their regulation on the hospitals and the clinics, especially all those stocking medicines without the needed licensure from the Pharmacy Council or HEFRA. And therefore the absence of pharmacists. It will help with the job security. And at the same time, those that will be closed down will help prescriptions to get into the community pharmacy space. NHIA, they are waiting for a position paper from the Pharmaceutical Society of Ghana. We have done the draft. What we are asking for is that we want our community pharmacies to be involved, but not just for the community pharmacies to dispense medicines, but we want them to be paid. So a certain fee has to be given to community pharmacies if we are coming in, because unlike the government sector, where government is paying the pharmacists, government is paying for utilities, government is paying the electricity, has the space, we bear all that cost. So when they come up with their tariffs, we want to get involved to provide the service, but we demand special fees for our private sector, which is community pharmacy. That we have met with the Chief Executive Officer, and we are yet to submit our position paper to him. It's been done, the draft is done, we just have to revise it. We could let you have a look at it, give us your review, give us your input, or review it for us before we send to him. Then we can put the needed advocacy. That is one area we are working on already. So we can move it to the next step. There's a question that was raised. A pharmacy, a new pharmacy. Sometimes 1 year Pharmacy Council has not given approval. What does the pharmacist do? Meanwhile, he has committed himself or signed to it. And the moment that the application is not granted, we all know what will happen. The business owner will just sit back and say, I'm waiting for approval, I will not pay you. And therefore, the pharmacist would now have to do was say that, pay me in advance until we get the approval. That is an area that we need to look at as part of our remuneration policies and come up with something. Unless there are some brilliant ideas here, what do we do in those situations? Because the pharmacist has committed himself, the pharmacy is not in operation, and he cannot go back to the pharmacy business owner. But the truth of it is that if the contract is tight, he is obliged to pay you monthly. If you sign a good contract, he's obliged to pay you monthly. But we don't know whether they will do it or not. So let's think about it at SEC level, and we'll come out with a recommendation on that, because it's an area we haven't looked at. It doesn't also provide justifications that because of that we should allow for the lump sum collection of payments and the hanging of licenses with the pharmacists not being present. But we will look at it. I think that's all. Is there anything that I've left out? You want to respond? I thought you said you want to say something to it. Richmond.
Maybe, Van Ben, we don't have to go to the UK or the US to find out what is happening to community pharmacy practice. Let's look at just what happens next door, Ivory Coast. Now, over there, community pharmacies can sell POMs at their own will. Neither can doctors dispense medicines at their own will. So what we have now is what we call stop the creep. We do point of care services in our pharmacies. Lab guys are crying. Doctors are dispensing, creeping into pharmacy. We are crying. We also want to now charge professional fee for service. I'm sure the doctors will also be crying. So everything is a matter of regulation. Now, for all the countries that we've seen so far, no community pharmacy survives without going under the national insurance system in that company. So UK, all community pharmacies link up with the NHS. The same thing in the States, private insurance company, etc. I think what is strategic will be that all community pharmacies in Ghana enroll with NHI. Very strategic. So about 3,000 or 4,000 community pharmacies will all register. But because government wouldn't pay, 8 months they wouldn't pay. If we are all providers, we now become a strategic force to push government to make the changes that the people who are now providing are not getting. I think it's one key strategic move that we must make. Then we become the key players in there. We negotiate with government and move forward the process. In that sense, we will now have the leverage that we want to have. Thank you.
Very submission. I forgot the area of Farm D and B Farm. Truth be told, it is not compulsory for you to convert from B Farm to Farm D. The law allows you to practice the profession of pharmacy forever. Once you are licensed as a pharmacist, regardless of the certificate that licenses you as a pharmacist. If your certificate that licenses you as a pharmacist is Diploma of Pharmacy, you are a pharmacist, you don't need to upgrade to Farm D. So that is, B Farm holders are not under any obligation to upgrade to Farm D to practice pharmacy in the country. That is not the law. There's no law like you have 10 years time, all pharmacies with B Farm should automatically upgrade to Farm D. Yes, the 10 years was for the faculties to migrate their programs from B Farm to Farm D to ensure that that is the minimum qualifications for registration as a pharmacist. But once you have passed out, written your professional exams and you're a pharmacist, you are a pharmacist for life. The only thing you need to do is to do your yearly CPDs and make sure you are in good standing for you to practice the profession. So that we are 100% sure of. Thank you. We've taken all your suggestions. I'm sure we've had a very good time. Various questions have come up. It is time for us to come up with some motions we have for members to adopt it, especially going forward. And when it comes to motions, you all agree with me that if you have a pharmacist who is a lawyer, who is your vice president, he will lead the motion for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I was telling the president that, President, you should move the motions yourself because you are the president. I'm only vice. He said, I'm helping you build capacity. So I'm taking, so please help me to deliver on behalf of the president. First of all, the president and the building committee have explained that the last building design that we had, the cost for it to put it together was about $12 million. Today, that would be about, let's say, 120 million Ghana cedi. We have collected building fund, at least since I became a pharmacist, for about 13 years or so, 14 years. And the building fund money we have is about 4 million Ghana cedi. So for 120 million, and we've collected for about 12 years and we have 4 million, it will be difficult for us to still be able to go ahead with the plan that we have. So what the governing board has done is that the new design is in phases. You saw that it's in 3 blocks. So you can take one block, spend on it, complete it, move in, start working with it, and then go to the next and the next. And the governing board has agreed that that should be the way to go. So we are presenting that to you, that with that new design, the money that we have can help us with a little support complete. At least at the governing board, we're thinking of even complete 2 of the blocks immediately. So we are coming now to AGM that we are moving a motion for us to set aside the original design that was agreed upon and take on the recommendation of governing board that we go ahead with the design that was showed us so that we can, right after AGM, begin the construction of the pharmacy center project. So those of us who are in favor of the, should we take a count? Okay, so our motion is that we would like to set aside the design that was agreed upon, or that we have now, which has been agreed upon, and then in place of that, go ahead with the new design that has been proposed from governing board so that we can begin construction immediately. So that is our first motion. Sorry. So is there anybody who would like to support any seconder of the motion? No, this is a move. We are moving from governing board. So we are moving from governing board, so we need a seconder of the motion before we put it to a vote. Mr. Abraham Jesse. There's a point of order from Ernesto Bukwa. Yes, sir. The governing board is moving. Sorry? Yeah, the governing board moves that the AGM accepts the new and then the new design. Set aside the old design and accept the new design. Yeah. Abraham Jesse.
Mr. President,
yes, sir.
There's no doubt in anybody's mind that you and your team, you have done the best you can ever do, and we congratulate you. In order that we move quickly and to confirm the necessary motions that we need to do to allow you to continue doing the best you are doing for the society, I suggest that the governing board, instead of the governing board moving, ask any one of us here to move your motion for you, get a seconder and pass it. That's all.
Yes, sir. Duly guided. Duly guided. So is there anybody on here who would like to move this motion on our behalf?
Mr. President, I so move that the motion as detailed out for our guidance by the governing board be adopted.
Any seconder, please. Mr. Boateng. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you for helping build capacity for me. Thank you. So all those who are in favor of the motion, shall we see your hands up, please? Okay. Those who are not in favor, shall we see your hands up? Okay, I think the motion is duly carried. Thank you very much. I'm sorry? Yes, sir. We have to count. Okay, maybe we should use voice then. Those who are in favor of the motion, please say aye. Those who are not in favor, say nay. The ayes have it. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Duly learned. Now the second motion. So maybe I should start from what the president said earlier on. And on this, I'd like to thank Mr. Ben Boche. During his administration, he advocated strongly for the Pharmacy College Endowment Fund to be established, and AGM agreed to it. The agreement at the time was that the contribution we made 3 years, the money that will be gotten from there will be invested, and then the interest or the returns from that money will be used to support the college. And I'm happy to say that from what the treasurer presented, as of now we have about 600 and something thousand. If we add this year's contribution to it, we'll get to about 1 million Ghana cedi. So that's 1 million Ghana cedi seed money that will be invested, and then the interest from it will be used to support the college over and over again. So that investment is in perpetuity, and the benefit from it will go to the college from there. Per the motion, this year, the 2022 is the year that yearly contribution comes to an end. I wanted to bring clarity to that. But ladies and gentlemen, you saw from the treasurer's presentation that as of this year, the budget of the PSGH came to a deficit. That the expenditure that we wanted to make, we didn't have enough income to be able to do that. That is on point one. On point two also is that you all know the situation that we are in our country, that things are a bit hard. There are situations where even the people that work for the society on a daily basis, there must be an opportunity for them to even now help them, take care of them a little bit better. But then the space to be able to do that is not available for us. So then there's a need, the governing board feels that there's a need for us to increase our dues. But thankfully, we don't have to necessarily take some new money, to be honest, because of the contribution that we have been making over the past 3 years, which is 800 cedis. So the proposal of the governing board to AGM is that instead of stopping the 100 cedis contribution, additional contribution we're making that was going to the Ghana College of Pharmacists, we should still continue with that same 800 cedis without necessarily asking for more money technically. And so that extra 100 Ghana cedis will be used to support the society's operations. So that is the proposal to AGM. So the proposal is that AGM should approve for us to continue with the taking of the current 800 cedis without necessarily asking for more money, so that the additional money can be used to support the operations of the society.
Thank you, Esquire, but let me simplify it. So in short, what we are pleading or asking for is that we should increase the dues, because from 700 Ghana cedis to 800 Ghana cedis, taking into consideration that from next year, without the Ghana College 100 Ghana cedis, our dues will come back to 700 Ghana cedis, and we will need an increment from 700 Ghana cedis to 800 Ghana cedis to become the official dues of members of the Pharmaceutical Society of Ghana. But as far as the pocket is concerned, it will still be the same 800 Ghana cedis. But technically speaking, we are increasing dues from 700 Ghana cedis to 800 Ghana cedis. So if we can get someone to move that motion for us, and we would appreciate it. Thank you.
Can anybody move the motion for us? Okay.
Thank you very much. Mr. President, I just want to give a background. I've been a member of SEC for 6 years. And all the 6 years, our budgets are supported by advocacy fund. So I don't understand. Maybe you want to convince us the need for us to add on. But let me consider the Ghana College situation. When you consider the other colleges, they are getting support from either their investment or facilities that they have. Are we saying that Ghana College is okay now, that after these 3 years, they don't need any fund? And I'm also adding that instead of just the 100% going into investment, I'm a fellow of the college, going into investment, if at least 20% can be given to them, because they are running, the way they are running, they are not having funds. So I'm proposing, or I'm moving a motion that instead of we doing away with the 100 cedis, we can continue to pay. After all, it's now part of what we've been paying. Can we do it for the next 3 years? And then, in terms of the money being invested, 20% of that every year should be given to the college for them to run. And then maybe your second, what you are governing board, what you are bringing, you can't propose it and then we will consider. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. I think the motion here is just an explanation, but our motion here is that we need the dues to be increased. And it's very simple for us. The retention fees of 110 Ghana cedis has been so since 2010. Nothing has happened, things have gone up, and it is the retention fees that is used, as the treasurer explained. He took his time to explain. That is used to run the operations of the society. So if you have a retention fees of 110 Ghana cedis that has not changed, you can't. We are running on a huge budget deficit. And what you said, when members pass motions, they pass motions for specific funds. On advocacy fund, if we want Act 857 as we speak, HEFA law to be changed, for example, and you have to do strong advocacy at Parliament, one committee, which is the Committee on Health, then go to Committee on Legislature, and you want to convince them, at least you take them to Senchi or Aqua Safari, the 22 members, and give them a very good envelope. You have to take off, they give them an incentive, otherwise they won't leave their place to listen to you. Then afterwards you go to legislature to even make a strong advocacy to change the current laws we have. The money we have in advocacy fund cannot do anything for us. We may have to call individual pharmacists to help us to be able to move and shake. There was a reason why we moved for advocacy fund. And we cannot go back to ask permits that increase it. So you might see that it is good enough, but you cannot use it to shake the system. You cannot use it to get the laws changed for you. If you put 22 parliamentarians at a retreat and you finish and you want them to go, we have done it when we were at the Chamber of Pharmacy to get things done. And you go and you know that it is not enough. You raise money. I remember going around pharmaceutical companies, taking 100,000 here, taking 50,000 here to get things done, to get some things passed. So in reality, advocacy is key for us to be able to move things. You can't do advocacy with 50,000, 100,000 Ghana cedis. No. So sometimes you will end up using it and the society will be there. But major advocacy drives, you need more money to do it. So we can't use advocacy money to run the operations of the society. That was not the purpose of the fund. And our administration decided that you can't touch it. And we took it to governing board and governing board approved. So we would rather run a budget deficit and find ways of solving it than to go and touch the advocacy fund. We also agreed that the strategic fund will be used for strategic fund, 100% dedicated to strategic fund. We will use it to support operations. To the extent that even meeting allowances of members and others all had to be reduced at the various committee levels because operationally we didn't have the money. The budget was deficit. It was quite clear. Thank you. So we need a dues increment. If after the dues increment, another motion to ask for members to pay more is a different one. But for now, for the operations of the Pharmaceutical Society of Ghana, we need a motion to increase the dues. Lawyer Ernest.
And then, even the funding for the college, the advocacy that you need for her to fix it, is all supposed to come from the advocacy fund. So let's fix it from that angle. And then, anyway. And as also, Abuaji, please.
Oh, I'm standing here. Yeah.
Sorry.
Afternoon, Mr. Vice President.
Good afternoon.
You see, having heard from different angles, having seen my colleague, the reactor, and how he was worried, and having heard from what the other SEC member has proposed, okay, I become a little bit what because things are getting a little bit tougher. And I have been in a state like you are sitting before. And there have been times that we have to take some drastic situations. To me, I'd wanted to amend your proposal a little to see that having seen the difficulties in the, and the way that the society to be run in the best way, and that the society need money to continue its work and everything that is supposed to do it well, and to make sure the society keeps on running, that the annual general dues should be increased to 900 Ghana cedis, an increase of 100 cedis. That's what I propose.
And Mr. Boatin, I agree very much with you, so that we keep the college funds intact. But in addition to that, I was also listening to the issue of the building fund. And since time immemorial, it has remained the same figure of 100. Though our numbers every year increase, it's so small. And the project value every year jumps very high. So, SEC, I was hoping that you would have made a proposal that will look at the yearly contribution for the building fund. Since I joined, it's the same figure. And I said, look, we got to do something about it so that we can accumulate money faster to be able to get the project going.
We appreciate it, but we would want to leave that for the building committee to see how we raise the funding. Now that we've gotten the approval, that will come later on the building fund project. We know we don't have enough funds, but there's a committee. It will come to SEC. We'll deliberate on it. Our issue now is on the dues for the running of the society, taking into consideration the fact that these funds are funds for a specific purpose and cannot be touched. And therefore, we would use all the funds. Ghana College funds is for Ghana College. We can't touch Ghana College funds for anything. Everything is for them 100%. Advocacy fund is for advocacy. Strategic fund is for strategic fund. The only one we use to run AGM fund is for AGM. And like I explained to you, the cost of AGM, only 1/3 of it is paid for by our AGM contribution. The rest we have to receive contribution, sponsorship to run it. The only thing that we are asking for, our retention fees has always remained like that for the past years at 110 Ghana cedis. It is woefully inadequate for us, as the Vice President said. So we need a motion on that to be able to increase our retention fees. Let's also not forget that we have an enhanced welfare policy. We are not going to give pharmacists 500 cedis anymore, 1,000 cedis anymore. There's an enhanced welfare policy, and therefore we need to increase the dues, the party that comes to the dues itself, to be able to support this new welfare policy. And between us as SEC and governing board, the 100 Ghana cedis will put an extra 20 Ghana cedis into welfare to support the new welfare scheme. Then 80 Ghana cedis will now go into support retention fees in order for us to be able to work, pay our staff and everything, the secretariat, to be maintained. How much? We need extra 100 Ghana cedis. So if you want to move the motion, move that motion for us. It's been done. So are you seconding it?
Yes, I do.
Oh, okay.
Increase by
Okay, thank
100
you.
Ghana
So
cedis.
please
And let's
document
go.
it. It was
That's all.
I'm confused.
Could we have some clarity, please, on exactly what we are voting on? Is it that we keep the Ghana College Fund and increase the dues to 900 so that from 110 it goes to 210? And then we know that that is what we are voting for. Okay.
Ernest.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'm Ernest Uzuabuaji, PA 1939. Mr. Chairman, I am opposed to the amended motion.
You are opposed?
Yes, because I supported the original motion. I believe that the Ghana College has come to stay, and it is a very important and integral stakeholder of this profession. Having raised close to 600 en route to 1 million as seed fund, which was our original vision, I believe as a society and as a college, we need to get together to look at a sustainable way of financing the college. If we want to make the college's future around dues to be paid by pharmacists, we could have challenges in the future. I will propose that as for the fowl that lays the eggs, which is the PSGH, it is too long overdue to increase the retention fees from the 110 to 210. And I second that original motion. But the amendment to sustain this, which will mean that we will in effect be paying more. What we need to be cautious of is our resolutions and motions which seek to increase how much we have to pay. Because as we go up, it can only go up. But these institutions will always be there, and the cost of running them will always be rising. So I support that we keep it at 800, we increase the retention fee, but we deliberately take steps to explore ways to ensure the sustainability of the college. Thank you.
Right. So there are two motions now. There's the motion to. Oh, anybody who seconds the second motion, please. Paul.
I, Paul Osudonko, 2525 PA, second the next motion. Thank you.
You second?
The motion moved by Ernest Owusu Abuaji that we take deliberate steps to fund or support the college, but we keep the dues at 800, increasing the retention to 210. Thank you.
Okay, so we have two motions now. The first motion is increase the dues to 900, meaning maintain the Ghana College contribution of 100 and then take another 100 cedis to support retention. The second motion is that take deliberate steps to find a sustainable way to support the college. Don't continue with the taking of the 100 cedis for the college, but then take 100 cedis to support retention. So effectively maintain the dues at 800 cedis. So just to make it simple, there's a first motion to increase the dues to 900. There's a second motion to maintain the dues at 800. So those are the two. So those who are in favor of increasing the dues to 900, shall we please see your hands up? Let's count. Can you count for me? Move down and count for me.
Please, we have online pharmacists too who are also going to vote. So we are doing online and we are doing physical voting to arrive at the decision. So they are working on the digital, the first motion, the second motion.
So those who are in favor of increasing the dues to 900 cedis, shall we please see your hands up? That's the first motion. The second motion is maintaining the dues at 800. So we are taking two questions now. Please, we are voting on two issues. The first one is increase the dues to 900. The second one is maintain the dues at 800. So those are the two. Now we are taking the first. The first is, yeah. I've explained that, and I'm saying that for the purpose of the vote, we just take the effective numbers. So the purpose of the vote, but I've explained what it means. So those who are in favor of moving the dues to 900, shall we see your hands up?
I have a submission to make.
Those who want to maintain the dues at 800, please raise up your hands. 44. You said what? 44. You said what? 44.
44.
All right. So and then, well, we don't have the numbers from the online, but then we have percentages. 137. Okay. So 82% of 137 say they want to reduce maintained at 800, and then 18% say, or 17 now say they want the dues increased. So based on this, and then what we have here, the motion for the dues to be maintained at 800 cedis. Inherent in that is that 100 cedis goes into retention, is duly carried. Thank you all so much. Mr. Botwe.
Mr. President, thank you very much. The decision has been taken. But you promised going back to look at the original decision of AGM on the Ghana College of Pharmacy contribution. My recollection is that for all pharmacists now, it will be for 3 years. But for all other pharmacists who join, will also pay for 3 years before they stop, so that we don't leave the Ghana College as it is. And I'm talking from a point of experience that if Pharmaceutical Society of Ghana does not deliberately support our college, you run into problems. Government is not funding any of these agencies. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Past President Botwe.
Mr.
We have
President,
a third motion.
just a quick, as a resident of the college, I wish to bring to our attention that the college is the fruit of the Pharmaceutical Society of Ghana, right from the drafting of the bill up to the law. When the first bill came up, it was only for the Ghana College of Physicians and Nurses, Ghana College of Physicians and Surgeons, and then the College of Nursing and Midwifery. When we saw the bill, we realized that the progression of pharmacists has been left out. Okay. So we deliberately paid money to bring it into fruition up to from bill to the law stage. So I support Mr. Ben Botwe's argument that we still maintain our support to the Ghana College of Pharmacists. It's not every pharmacist who's going to pay the 900 cedis forever in perpetuity. At certain moment in time, some will be paying 800. At certain moment in time, some will be paying 900 because it's for 3 years. Thank you very much.
We have done with that. Yeah. We're done with the motion. We have to find it.
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues and fellows, the college is a product of the Pharmaceutical Society of Ghana. I was a SEC member when the college, everything that happened at the college that I was there, James Ohimiche being the president then, the passion he put behind it, with Kofi Abu, who was then the treasurer, working with Professor Kwame Sapon, everything that happened with the college. We all know that the college is an appendage of the Pharmaceutical Society of Ghana. And if they need be, at any point in time that the college is struggling, and a motion has to be put forward here for members to say that let's go back and support the college, it will be done. Pharmaceutical Society of Ghana is not abandoning the college. We have a motion that was put in place, and there was an accumulated fund, the endowment fund has been set aside. All we are saying now is that at this present moment, we said for 3 years. Then our attention has been drawn to it that new pharmacists who come should still pay the 3 years. This is the only bone of contention now. Not for all those who have paid their 3 years, but if you're a pharmacist today and you register, or you come next year, you will have an obligation to pay for 3 years. What it means is that those who have paid for only this year would have to pay for additional 2 years. Those who paid for last year and this year will have additional 1 year to pay. This is the issue that we have pending now. The challenge was implementation. So that is what we have now. And I don't know whether that should be a motion again for us to vote on, or we just have to see how we implement it. So the issue will be the implementation. Why some will pay 800 and others will pay 900. That implementation is what we are going to see to it. So I guess this is where we are now, that every pharmacist will have the obligation to pay for the 3 years. So we need to go back now and look at those who have paid for 1 year, those who have paid for 2 years, tease them out, and possibly we send messages to them separately. All of them will pay the 800, but we'll send individual messages to them that they have college to pay, or the modality is what we have to look at. Because for the first time, we are going to have 2 tiers of retention fees. Already we have, the fellows and others have reduced ones. Yeah. So it's possible.
Mr. President, I know I'm on sec with you, but the position that new pharmacists who come new should pay that money, I am a bit hesitant to support that motion. My reason is that in most other professions, people who are older pay more than people who are now starting their profession. Already, when pharmacists join the profession, that first year, they pay, I think, 100 cedis more, 150 cedis more than we, the original people, pay. And then we are saying that we are adding another 100 cedis to them, people who have just joined the profession. I think that I don't mind a way of supporting the college, but honestly, on behalf of the newly qualified farmers who are coming and young farmers who are trying to find their feet, I am opposed to a policy that causes them to pay more money than existing pharmacists have to pay.
Okay. Pablo, is it on the same issue?
Yes.
But please, can we just suspend? Let's go back. We would go back to the original motion. Okay. And we would see what to do. If we have to call for an extraordinary annual general meeting for us to discuss this, maybe we do, because otherwise we may be
Mr. President.
Okay, you come. Let's listen to you.
I want to support what Vice just said. Members of the college who are fellows are not even paying more than those who have not even started.
Okay.
So they have enjoyed their fellows. So if there is anything, they should have even been paying more. But now we, the young ones who are not even members of college, are being asked to pay as soon as we become members. I believe that what the Vice said, I support him. We should find a way. If fellows are even contributing because they are, we all pay for our old schools. So if they are members, they have graduated, they should also, in a way, contribute more to support the college. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for the support. We have a third issue that we also have to bring it to members. I've seen already reports on it on various media. That is the insurance policy, the life insurance policy we touched in our governing board report, which we are asking members that we are going to make that one voluntary, and that not every pharmacist it's 120 Ghana cedis per year. And the package is very, we all see very enhanced, something that is really appealing to all pharmacists. And we bring it to members that we are going to run it optional, and it's not going to be mandatory, because we don't want to put that 120 Ghana cedis on the dues. And therefore, we would have the PHH welfare scheme and another insurance-based welfare scheme. That is not compulsory for all pharmacists. These are what we are bringing also to the members to know. Then immediately from this AGM, we will start the operation, so that we will have a dedicated account for that. And members who want to pay for this special welfare scheme, Pharmaceutical Society of Ghana is going to manage it. It is just like the PHH fund that we described, which is also for pension, which is a pension fund for your future. But this is for you in times of need. This is for you when something happens to you, when something happens to your relative. Personally, if you are even involved in any sickness, you can at least get up to about 10,000 Ghana cedis. We cannot be paying that amount of money from the Pharmaceutical Society of Ghana Welfare Fund. So we have gone all out, thanks to the good work done by the Welfare Committee, which has the head, Mr. Egbert Papo Bruce. They've come up with this comprehensive policy. What we got, I just want to tell you, is not something that if you're an individual go, you will get. Even if you go with your small numbers, you won't get. We use our muscle of the 4,000 pharmacist numbers to secure this policy, and I want us to benefit from it. You can try it from your various old schools and various platforms and see whether if you pay 120 Ghana cedis, you can get such benefits. The benefits we are having is about 3 to 4 times the benefits other associations would get, or the benefit that when you go with small numbers you get. It is therefore the pleasure of the governing board also to bring to members, and if someone can pass a motion for this particular policy to also be implemented, for us to start rolling on that as an AGM decision, for us to have this extra welfare for our members using the insurance policy. Prof. Ansa.
Chairman, thank you very much for the proposal, but I don't think we need to call a motion for this particular one, because you have said that it is voluntary.
Voluntary, yes.
Yes. So once you inform members that this policy is available, if you want to join, you can sign on. I think that should end the matter. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Then the governing board decision would remain in force, and we'll put it into operation right after the AGM. So all members who are interested, look out for it and make your contributions and sign on to this insurance policy. Thank you.
Okay. So thank you, Mr. President. Your closing remarks, Mr. President. That was it. Okay. So on behalf of the President and the governing board, I want to appreciate
Mr. President, a very short one. I am very uncomfortable about a trend I'm seeing of pitching young pharmacists against so-called old pharmacists. This is something we have to work on. It is not about money, it's not about anything, but several statements go on and you hear them. Oh, even it happened just around here that maybe the president and the executive do not care about young pharmacists and so on. It is never the case. This is a profession. This is not a trade union. It's a profession of pharmacy. And it is expensive to belong to a profession. All of us must understand that. Thank you very much. God bless.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, once again, there are a few things I want on online questions that I want to answer, just 3 of them. So, the governing board report that was sent around. We deliberately also asked that about a week ago. We deliberately asked the governing board members who are chairpersons of the regional branches to put them on their platforms as well. Okay, because emailing them, there are some people who, when it's bulky, it becomes difficult for them to access it. So we deliberately asked that members, chairpersons share it on their various practice and interest groups platforms as well as regional branches. So those of you online asking for the report, so that is it. We will resend it again so that there's a lot of things that you can learn from the report. Okay, basically that is the only thing outstanding. So once again, thank you very much for your presence, and for those online, we thank you. Please make sure you scan your finger so that you are counted as having participated in the session. For those online, don't worry. The time you spend online will be used to estimate your participation in the. So AGM chair has an announcement. AGM chair. AGM chair. Okay, so shall we once again? We've been sitting for over 3 years. Let's be upstanding, stretch, and have the closing prayer. Please, please, please. Oh, the scanning, you do it. Okay, let's pray. Don't run away from the prayer. Heavenly Father, we are once again grateful to you for how far you have brought us. We thank you for the deliberations. Above all, we ask for grace, strength, clarity of thought, wisdom to be able to accomplish that which we've decided on, and also be able to support the infant that we birth, that's the Ghana College of Pharmacists, in the years ahead, for it to become that for which we envision it to be. We thank you and we bless you in Jesus' name. Amen. Enjoy your lunch. Lapak, you'll be back here at 3.
Lapak will be here.
You'll be
at
back
3 o'clock
here
after,
at 3.
Yes, after lunch. Please be on time.
Yeah.
3
Oh,
o'clock.
they wanted a group picture. So if you want to have a group picture, please come. We want to take a group picture with the president now. President PSGH Sam Donko the first. Please, those of you interested in taking the group picture, you come. I had in my possession somebody's voter ID. Don't wait for 2024 to start looking for it. Zibrim Mohammed Z. Zibrim Mohammed Z. Please, your voter ID is with me. Don't wait for 2024 to start looking for it.
Please, the Lapak session.
Please, we are having a group photograph. Those of you interested with the PSG president, please come here. We are having it here.
Tamare Kaula. Tamare Kaula.
The time is here again, meeting all of our friends. We're going all the way to the north. It's a time we've been waiting for. We're going to meet, to greet, to connect and learn, to teach and eat and have our voices heard. So join me on the way, on a bus or a plane. We're going on